Welcome, everybody, to the Ever-Evolving Truth. We are back here with our, what could be our final segment. We don't know, but this is going to be the marathon, if you will. So bear down, get yourself something to drink, something to smoke, something to eat. We're gonna be here for a while. It looks like a lot of exciting things to talk about. I was kind of freaking out after our last segment. I'm not going to lie, because Florida, kiss it goodbye, guys. Look, I can't call it. I don't have the math in front of me. Most of them are saying, well, it's not over yet. It's not over yet. What I see happening right now is the exact same thing that happened in 2016. Only he's underperforming Hillary Clinton in Miami-Dade County, which is the biggest county in Florida and the biggest Democratic stronghold that you need to run up the score on. So let me introduce who's here. You remember him from the last segment, Jordan Henning. He's back with us. Alex, he doesn't have his picture up right now, but he's with us. You heard him last segment. We also have Ben, the significant other, not the better half, however, of our very own Krista. He's with us. Half. Yeah, the lesser half. So let's talk about what we know about Florida real quick. Any hope in Florida, Leah?
Listen, no. And I have these on because Jeff said it was like our Super Bowl. So these are like my, the black things that they put underneath. Yeah. Yep, that's my eye black, baby. No, I don't think there's any hope in Florida.
No. Level-headed Mr. Jordan Henning, any hope in Florida?
No, it doesn't appear so. Like you said, he underperformed in the most populous county in the state, and it always works out that the Democratic areas come in first, and then the Panhandle and all of the central areas that are more Republican trickle in and tilt it. So I don't think there's any coming back from this.
Yeah, I agree. Mounts, any hope in Florida?
Yeah, I have faith. I think, although Biden didn't win one of the counties, Leon County, he could still win it. That Hillary did. I think those other ones, he might be able to sneak of. No, probably not. Probably not. Who am I?
You're just trying to make me puke.
Yeah, the thing is, even if he shrinks the gap in the rural counties, he's not going to be able to make up the difference that he's at right now. That's the problem.
Yeah,
he's not running up the score when he needs to run up the score. Alex, do you have any different thoughts on this? Do you think he's got a chance at Florida anywhere from what you're seeing?
Alex, you're muted.
Or maybe he was kidnapped by the Trump campaign.
No.
There he is.
There we go. Hey, everybody. I'm not writing Florida off just yet. That's just me.
Okay. Well, you're very optimistic. I appreciate that. I hope you're right. I do hope you're right. And our newest face here, Ben. What do you think? What do you think about Florida? Besides the fact that it sucks right now.
I mean, I will say, did just come back from Florida about a month and a half ago. It is a good time, but
beautiful weather, lots of stuff to do.
Right, just like Mounts and Alex said, though, there's a little bit of faith there. Granted, I don't know a whole lot about the individual sections of Florida. But the fact that this is an unprecedented election with the sheer number of mail-in ballots, I have a feeling that over the course of time, there may be a little bit of a sway in Florida.
Okay, well, that's certainly something to look towards. It is we don't know. The things could definitely change. I think CNN. It's not my preferred news network, but I think their election coverage is top notch. For what it's worth, and they have this graphic that shows, or this count that shows the amount of mail-in ballots that are as part of the percentage of the vote right now. And for something like Florida, where the percentage of the mail-in vote is so high right now, and even though it favored Biden, there's not going to be a whole lot of mail-in votes being counted anymore. So it's going to be, where's he going to make up the difference? Whereas in other states, the mail-in part of the vote is still very low, and they're expecting to increase, so he can actually build a lead in some of those states. And we're going to talk about that in a second. Hello, Brittany. Thank you for sticking with us. I think you've been with us for every segment. We really appreciate that. We would love to hear your thoughts on Florida. Most of us are kissing it goodbye, but there's still a little hope out there with some of us. So I want to mention also another thing I was freaking out about, and I misread it first. I saw 538 updated their percentage chance of Joe Biden winning, and it was down from 89 to 66. And I'm like, oh, shit, here we go. And then at the same time, that's only if Trump wins Florida. And then I looked at Florida, and I'm like, well, he's going to lose. Trump's going to win Florida, so we might as well look at it that way. However, then I had some I came across some better news, and I'm going to pull up Krista's map here so we can look at it, because there's something that we really do need to talk about as a panel here. And you can see it's starting to fill in here since we last talked to you. New York, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Rhode Island, all that stuff's been called. It's, Illinois. None of it's a surprise. New Mexico, none of that's a surprise. The big surprise here is Ohio. And Alex mentioned it, and it was confirmed by some of the experts. If you're watching other coverage, no president has won. Republican president has won Ohio since when, Alex? Ever, if ever? Not in our lifetime, right? Are we missing?
I think he said 100 years.
Are we missing, Alex? It looks like he had a bad connection. Anyway, according to some of the experts, there he just popped in. According to some of the experts, if Trump doesn't win Ohio, he's not going to win the president. There's no way that he could get to 270. Furthermore, North Carolina, if Trump loses North Carolina, it's a very, very slim chance that he can get to 270. So those two states right now, Biden is outperforming Hillary Clinton in every county in Ohio right now, and most of counties in North Carolina. So this is huge. This could change the course of the election. So let's discuss it real quick. Let's start with Ohio. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I looked it up, and it said no Republican has ever won the presidency without winning Ohio.
Yeah.
Ever.
No, and only three Democrats since they brought the two-party system have won without winning Ohio. Grover Cleveland, my favorite president. We all know that. FDR and JFK.
Huh. So that's interesting. That's very, very interesting. But you know what the Trump supporters are going to say? They're going to say, Trump's not a real Republican. Don't worry. We don't need Ohio. That's what they're saying right now.
Yeah, but you know what? They can't deny math. That's the problem.
No, I agree with that. Well, they'll try, just like science and everything else. Sorry, I had to get snarky at some point. But they'll try to deny it. Because if he wins Ohio,
it's huge.
My mood is changing. In this hour, my mood has changed a little bit. Yeah, I'm having more faith.
A lot can still happen. And one of the things that I was talking about earlier, the percentage of the vote that is mail-in ballots in Ohio that is overwhelmingly favoring Biden is like 23%. And they're expecting by the end of this thing that the percentage of mail-in votes in Ohio that's going to be it's going to be 53 or 56%. So that percentage of the vote is going to go up, which is going to ultimately favor Biden. I don't want to jinx it, but he's at like an almost insurmountable lead as we speak now. It looks like that lead might even increase.
Wow.
And there's still, more of a chance that North Carolina can tighten up, of course, but man, he's looking strong there too. This is
the map was updated with Minnesota and Wisconsin. It looks like
leaning red. That's early there. Those are very likely, I think, to turn blue. Wisconsin and Michigan, but yeah, Minnesota typically goes blue. Nothing scary, nothing too crazy there. Colorado. Here's the other thing too. Missouri is holding on to blue for a little bit longer than normal. It's still going to go red, but wow, that would be pretty crazy.
Can you imagine?
And Texas really seems like it's in play.
It is in play.
60%.
It's purple.
Jordan, any thoughts on any of these states here?
Yeah, just touching back on Ohio, and the coverage on CNN is great. And I can't think of this guy, like you called him the Silver Fox while we were on break, and it's not Blitzer, but it's the guy with Blitzer. John King. I love him. I watch it. I think he does Saturdays at 10, and I usually watch him in the morning when I'm up and about. But regardless, the one metric that they put up was counties that Biden was overperforming compared to Hillary Clinton by more than 5 percentage points. And it was almost the entire state. And when Alex was saying earlier about margins, like that's what it really is he had to grossly outperform her in some of the counties that she barely won, and then make sure that he didn't get his ass whooped in the counties that Trump whooped Clinton's ass the last time. And it seems like that is what is happening. He has tightened the races everywhere, and in some of the counties he's overperforming Clinton by 10 percentage points. And that is insane. Like one of the most Democratic counties, it showed Clinton won it like 76 to like 18, and Biden had it 83 to 14. So like he is like I think at this point, my prediction from earlier, where he's going to win Ohio, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Minnesota, and Michigan, you're
feeling good about
now.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm feeling
confident
good about that.
That was I didn't realize how bold of a prediction Ohio was.
Yeah.
It really is. And wow, I'm still feeling good about my Texas pick, but we'll see.
And I have to be honest, I wasn't 100% confident at that point. I walked it back a little bit because I knew about the Republican or about Ohio being that state that can pivot. But more and more of the metrics, and I just got done with a stats class in college. I just took stats again. So yeah, this stuff, it's looking, Ohio is looking blue. I gotta say.
Really?
It certainly changed my mood after I gave up on Florida so early. I'm starting to get excited. Shame on me because, but it just doesn't look like Ohio he's going to be able to overcome. Trump is going to be able to overcome the lead that Biden has right now. It's pretty significant, and that's exciting.
I just cannot let myself get too excited.
I did not put on my party shirt yet.
Yeah, yet.
I have it here, but.
So I want to go to Ben here while we wait for some more results to come in. And in the meantime, Mounts or Krista, can you check on some of the major Senate races that we were discussing earlier? There should be some numbers coming in for them. I'm just curious. But Ben he wants to talk about voting in person in Pennsylvania. Ben, you never lived in Pennsylvania before, right? This is your.
Yeah. Living in Pennsylvania is kind of new to me. I grew up in South Dakota, as you can see, a very red state. I would have considered myself probably right-leaning growing up for the most part. Of course, I'm now ex-military, did my stint mostly in Seattle. And of course, that kind of turned me a little bit more left.
You got converted.
I wouldn't say converted. I would say I am a reasonable human being.
Okay.
Welcome to the club.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us.
I love myself, my gun rights, as well as, everyone else's personal rights as far as, who they want to marry, smoke all the weed you want, what have you. All those little tiny things like stay out of my business and I'll stay out of yours type thing. I'm sure that can direct you to how I probably voted in this race, many of which may not agree with my personal vote, but I chose my ideals over the lesser of two evils. This is the first election that I have voted in. I unfortunately did not get to vote in South Dakota whatsoever, just because I was 17 at the time.
Okay.
That was, I think, the 2008 election. Yeah, I was 17, so I couldn't do it. And then, of course, I was in the military, and given op tempo and whatnot, I had no real time to become an educated voter. So I chose not to vote. Would
you say a lot of the people that you were with were similar to that, or did you find them to be more political than you were?
I would find most people to be more like me, uneducated. However, I would think they would attempt to be more politically active. given the military as a whole, granted my community wasn't very, I guess, armed, if you will. I worked in nuclear. So, like, we worked on a power plant, let's be honest. How many of us really give a shit about weapons and whatnot and the military complex as a whole? But, you know, you'd still have the very devout militaristic types out there. It definitely was what I would characterize as a fairly right-leaning community.
Yeah, I'm surprised that you didn't vote. That I've never met anyone that was in the military that did not vote. You're the first person I've ever met.
I felt like I just wasn't educated, and I feel like an uneducated vote is worse than an educated extremist. Honestly,
you're absolutely right. Wow,
and
you're right.
So this time around, I took the time, and man, is it infuriating. So starting, I'll give you 3 anecdotes, 2 of which I'll start with from my work associates, also prior military, and then my own. So the first one, he currently lives in Delaware. Within the past 4 years, he moved from Pennsylvania to Delaware. His wife, for whatever reason, I can't remember why, I want to say it was to make sure she wasn't still registered in Pennsylvania, but had contacted the state in some capacity to check something, and found out that not only was she still registered in the Pottsville area, but her ballot had already been sent to her to an address that was not hers. So that's like, you know, step 1, red flag, voter fraud type style stuff. Of course, she made her claim. It's been flagged, and the process will work as intended, thankfully. But it wasn't something that she was notified proactively of. It was something that she had to, by happenstance, find out about.
So how many people is that happening to that move to different states that don't know it?
I couldn't tell you. I would like to think that it's not very many. But you never know. And of course, this year, myself included, the most information I have is a whole lot of he said, she said type thing. Like, I don't really know what to trust. But yeah, rolling into the next part, and I'll come back to that with my own story. The next one, my boss directly, he unfortunately had a few family problems come up recently. His mother-in-law had passed last week. She's in Georgia, voted by mail. And of course, now that vote is from a deceased person. So this close to the election, like, what do you do? Does that vote still count since it was cast prior to election date and she's now gone? Or is this one of those things where you have to somehow expedite a death certificate to prove that she's dead to then recount her vote? Like, yeah,
well, that's something that you just don't think about going through life on a daily basis, you know?
Right. And again, I'm sure elections are kind of built to account for that very, very slight variance. How many times are you going to deal with someone who passes that close to the election with all these other stars aligning, such as mail-in voting? Same person today, he goes and votes in person. He was very, very adamant about doing so. And first round, obviously machines are down. They always are. And then he gets there and, provides his name. He's asked for his name, gives it. Next thing, he has the book opened to his name, presented to him. And next to his name is his sample signature, already there. And then he's just asked to sign. No other credentials asked for, nothing. Little backstory with him. He's also prior military, and over time in the military, because you sign your name probably 10, 15 times a day on something, your signature begins to devolve into a rough amount of squiggly lines.
Yeah.
So, like,
I'm with you.
If you have that presented in front of you already,
mine started off that way.
Yeah. If you have that presented in front of you already, you probably could, with some degree of accuracy, forge that.
Right.
He signs his name, gets directed to the next person, And that next person directs him into a booth and he votes. I'm sure from what I've heard, this is a complete opposite process of checking who the person is from what you experienced, Leah, where you were forced to provide your ID, which personally
they asked. They didn't. I said no.
Oh, okay.
They said, "Can we see your ID?" And I said, "You actually no,
Okay.
You don't have the right to see it, and I don't have it."
Forced might not have been the right term, but
right, but asked. Yeah, I was asked. Yeah.
Now, am I against that idea? No, I feel like there should be some degree of verification because to me, it's alarming to see my buddy, who I know damn well does not have a very unique signature, and was able to just vote as if he was just someone walking in, claiming a name and doing it.
Right.
Which now, as a complete 180 of my experience, moving out here, we stayed with Chris's parents for a while. That was in Bucks County, and that's where my license is registered with. And then we moved into our house, which is in Montgomery County. So to go through the process of transferring that over to the other county, I had to provide my driver's license number and whatnot, street address, all that, make sure everything was good. Then I had to go through the process of requesting a mail-in ballot. Around that time, that was probably month and a half ago. So I kind of had a lack of faith in the U.S. Postal Service. Personally, on our street, I had witnessed our mail guy showing up somewhere between 1 and 2 regularly every day, and then around the time that the Postmaster General had kind of started changing things, we started seeing our mail guys show up at like 5 o'clock one day, 8 o'clock another day. Sometimes we'd have 2 mailmen showing up on the street. Who knows? So that, as a personal experience, I lost faith in the Postal Service. So I requested my mail-in ballot by mail, and then I did it again through the website. Both times had to provide my license to prove that I lived in Pennsylvania. I have now recently learned that is something that you would have to do if it was your first time voting anyway.
Right.
But still, I had to prove that. My assumption is that my signature on my license is my sample, so that's what they're checking it against. And then because I requested a mail-in ballot twice, I got approved my own assumption from my electronic request. And then I got an email for the denial of my second request due to duplicate, which gave me faith in the system, that there was no one that could take my name, request a ballot, and then vote on my behalf before I even could. Comes that we receive our ballots, we fill them out, we sign them. I take the extra precaution out of just pure paranoia to not only sign in the appropriate block, but sign along the seal of my privacy envelope and the seal of the mail-in envelope as a whole. Because even though I knew I was going to drop it off at the ballot box myself, I still did not trust those people not to tamper with it.
Okay.
Again, pure paranoia, but I did it. 2-3 days later, I received an email that says that my ballot was properly processed. Knowing now that I had to go through, albeit not really much of a detriment to my life, but multiple hoops to verify my own personal identity and receive a mail-in ballot, and then watch my coworker essentially just say a name and sign next to it, validated that mail-in ballots were significantly more legitimate.
Yeah. Absolutely. Well, my signature, I was saying earlier, has changed over the decade that I've been living here. It's very different. So they did ask for the ID, but that was before. So I agree with you. I think that mail-in from your process sounds like it's way more regimented in a way. Do you know what I mean?
Well, it's also that part of the reason is Pennsylvania this is still fairly new. Pennsylvania has an absentee ballot program that they just really expanded. They really weren't prepared for this. the amount of requests. So it became a little bit of a shit show for sure.
And as
I think you lost again.
As a little second piece there, Chris had just reminded me that in Washington State, like I said, I never voted there, but she did. And here in Pennsylvania, she received a letter from Washington State verifying that she was removed from Washington State's voter registration, which again is a concern. Kind of circling back to my other coworker who moved from Pennsylvania to Delaware, and his wife somehow still ended up with a ballot sent to an address that she's not associated with in Pennsylvania. But from a state like Washington, where they've been doing mail-in ballots to every resident for a decade plus, has managed to find her here in Pennsylvania and let her know that she's no longer registered in Washington.
Yeah. Well, I get the paranoia. Like there's very little evidence of voter fraud, but yet that paranoia still exists. I think part of it might just be the fact that every state is so different when it comes to voting.
Agreed.
I guess I agree that it should be up to the states. Real quick, the Cal Cunningham, Tom Tillis race in North Carolina for Senate is very, very close.
Ugh.
Very, very close. Anyway, so I think there has to be some sort of national standard, at least saying, look, you have to allow people to vote by mail or early vote. You have to. How you do it is up to you, but you have to allow it. People have to be able to vote how they're comfortable with, Do we have some? I appreciate you sharing your story, Ben, because for people like us that have voted in Pennsylvania our entire lives, this is a different year for sure, but most of us are just used to going to the polls and signing our name and pressing a couple buttons, and that's it. I don't really have experience voting in other states.
Yeah, I just wanted to add on, talking about mail-in ballots and whatnot. Pennsylvania, you can thank Berks County's own state senator Judy Schwenk for getting the no excuse mail-in ballot provision through the state legislature and signed by our governor Tom Wolf last year. That was fully in effect before even COVID before came on the scene. And also wanted to just piggyback on what Ben was saying. First off, Ben, thank you for your service. And also,
yes, absolutely.
What
I worked in a power plant. I'm just like the guys at Limerick.
Cool. Well, hey, we appreciate you anyway. But I just wanted to say wanted to point out one thing. How do we know that mail-in ballots work and there's very little to no fraud or whatnot? The U.S. military has been voting by mail since the Civil War. We've been able to conduct elections with our men and women serving overseas for over a century, all over the globe and everything, and nobody has ever questioned a ballot, mailed in by PFC Johnson wherever in the world, So that just goes to show mail-in ballots can work in America. Don't believe the naysayer.
And to piggyback off of that, knowing the military mail system when you're out to sea, in 2001 there was a piece of legislation that was passed which allowed for any ballots mailed in from an FPO APO, essentially an overseas military address, are allowed to be counted up to 2 weeks, or as long as they were postmarked within 2 weeks of Election Day or something like that, which I've seen mail get sent on like January of 2016 and then received after the ship pulls back into home port 7 months later.
Oh, wow.
So, the military mailing system is quite awful. But to allow for, and again, it's a small piece of the electorate in the scale of the whole American population, but still to allow that kind of thing to happen, even coming from overseas, and has never been questioned in the past, really gives credibility to the mail-in system, especially when you're talking about electronic voting systems that, in my opinion, at this point, have a much easier path to tampering with than a physical ballot sent through the mail.
Yes, clearly. I agree with that 100%. I think if we don't go to mail-in, I think it needs to go back to pen and paper. We voted with Sharpies and we filled in a circle and then I think faxed it, I think is what happened. It was almost like a fax machine. And I feel much more comfortable with that than any kind of computerized thing I ever voted on.
And do we have Krista? It looks like she put up the Pennsylvania map here. Do we have an update there? Pennsylvania is still really early. I think last time I saw we were looking at like 11% of the vote counted.
13? Yeah, I'm at 13, and Biden's up 59.4%, 39.4%. Fucking Berks County, what are we doing?
Sterner just popped in.
I just want to
keep going over this map here. Last time I saw Texas, it was 49-3 to 49-3. It was like a dead tie. So Texas has come back down to earth. I'm really worried about Virginia. Chris, I know they called that early. Can you double check on that? Because Biden's way behind there, and they keep going back to it, which is really unusual. And Ohio's tightening a little bit, but not a whole lot. So we still have Ohio and North Carolina, which is two states that Trump has to win. He has to win Ohio, but North Carolina would certainly help him.
Tremendously.
Help his chances. Again, I've given up on Florida, Georgia. It looks like it's pulling away. I could be wrong, but I'm definitely worried about Virginia. Ohio is still looking very good for Biden, which is an absolute must for Trump. So, like lots of people have been saying, if Biden wins Ohio, he's outperforming Hillary by wide margins there. Trump is underperforming there. Trump does not have much of a shot if Biden can hold the other Clinton states. All right, so let's say hello to Sterner for the first time. What's up, buddy?
How's it going, guys? Good to see you all.
Good. Thanks for joining us.
Well, I've been listening on and off throughout the day to all the different presentations, yeah, I have to say it. I don't feel confident about this, but I guess I'll open up my statements by just saying that, gun to my head right now, I'm still going Trump.
Really?
Yeah, I'm with Sterner.
What are you seeing that is making you feel that way?
Well, mostly I think he's going to get Florida. And I think Pennsylvania is more on the fence than some people would believe. I don't think there's a prayer in hell unless Arizona has completely become a different place in the last 6 years. I don't think there's any way in hell that Biden wins Arizona, and I don't think that Texas, the cultural sort of paradigm shift that seems to be taking some kind of shape in Texas, I don't think it's strong enough at this point for Trump to lose Texas either. So that's kind of the picture I'm seeing, and I don't see any sweeping victories in any of these places for either. But gun to my head right now, I'm still seeing Trump.
Yep.
See, the thing about Texas is, and Georgia and Florida is Biden doesn't need them to get to 270. Trump does. Yeah, that's why I'm optimistic, especially if Ohio goes our way. Which it looks like it is.
Ohio still seems like it was in some state of question. What do you think about Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania, I mean, I think it's going to be close, but I'm optimistic about Pennsylvania. I truly am.
I'm not.
Voter turnout is up across the board. That's when all's said and done, all these votes are counted. That's going to benefit Biden for sure. It is. Mounts, do we have any update on the important Senate races that we're following?
Nothing substantial. Nothing set in stone. It looks good for the Colorado seat to flip. Nothing's been called yet. John Hickenlooper is doing rather well there.
Also, be fun to say, Senator Hickenlooper.
There was a few others that were looking good, but wasn't nothing official yet. Now McConnell, he did win
by a big margin too, right? Wasn't it like 15, 16 points?
Yes.
That's not big for him though.
No,
not for him, but it's not as close as we would like it to be. You know what I mean?
Of course, but it's still not big for him. He's usually winning by 30 or 40 points.
And Lindsey Graham's winning 54 to 44, but that's 30% of the vote right now.
Yeah, and that was a long shot. What about do we have any word on Susan Collins?
Yeah, hold on. Give me 1 second on that one. She is currently winning pretty heavily in Maine. 58% Sarah Gideon is at 34%. 6% of the votes are in though. So
that's still very early then.
Yeah. Yep.
Like I said,
that's
I
very
saw
early for Maine.
Yeah, I'm still calling. Last time I saw it, Cal Cunningham, Tom Tillis in North Carolina was very close. Iowa is about to close, I think, in a couple minutes.
North Carolina's looking good too. Looking good. It's Cal Cunningham's winning currently with 83% of the votes in, 48-47. What
about the races in Georgia? Any update there?
Georgia is
specifically David Perdue, John Ossoff. Ossoff.
Purdue's up 56-41. 46% of the votes are in, and the other race it's really close. In Georgia, 28.8 to 28.0, but there's like 30 people running in that race. But those are the two that look like they. So that one's tight. That one could go either way.
It's essentially what we've learned is we have a long way to go.
Yeah, there's no.
North Carolina is tightening a little bit. Ohio's tightening a little bit, but again, I just with every vote counted, we're getting closer to all the votes counted in those states, and I just don't know if there's enough with the way Biden's performing in those states to overcome the lead that he has. He's completely outperforming Hillary in these states, which is great news. So it's definitely an interesting night in the sense that I think a lot of experts, a lot of people that watch the election very closely were expecting Biden to outperform Hillary in almost every demographic in every state. And what we're seeing is in a place like Florida and Virginia, Biden is underperforming. But in places like Ohio and North Carolina, he's overperforming. Texas, he's overperforming, which we kind of expected that he was with the way Texas has been trending. But it's just very, very interesting. And it's certainly, I think we're all looking for some sort of comfort, like resolution either way, or something that we can hang on and be like, this is the way it's going to go. This is the way it's going to go. And no matter what, it's now here. They just updated it. Biden's 49.5 in Ohio to 49.2 Trump. So that tightened a lot.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Oh my God.
Hey,
a big group of votes must have come in. So we'll have to keep a really close eye on that one. Here's the updated map.
Jeff, I heard you mention Virginia. Last I heard, before I took a little break between coming up here, I thought they already called Virginia for Biden. Something changed?
Yeah. It's been red the whole time. It's been not just leaning red, but it's been very red the whole time. Usually early on, sometimes one candidate or the other will get out to a lead and it'll tighten up, but eventually go blue. So they might have jumped the gun on that one.
Wow.
Now Ohio, they're still waiting on a big percentage of the vote left to count there, from what I understand. Is mail-in ballots, which is heavily favoring Joe Biden. And it looks like the map, according to the Associated Press, I have CNN on next to me. Ohio is now leaning red. So, Jordan, what are your thoughts on this? We have Wisconsin, Michigan, and Ohio leaning red right now, and Virginia, which is it would be detrimental if we lost Virginia amongst all that.
Just a long night ahead of us.
Are they? I know you have CNN on next. Yeah, I know they just had Ohio on the screen. I didn't hear what they were saying. Did they say anything specific about what changed so quickly?
No, but they did say that the percentage of the mail-in ballots, it still does favor Biden because it's only 50% of the total, and they're expecting that to be about more like 75% of the total. So yeah, there's hope. There's absolutely hope yet. We just have to be patient. I'm certainly still thinking that those states are going to be
You're still
blue.
confident in that.
I believe it. Just because of it's about the margins, like we were talking about before. I think that Biden overperforming and Trump underperforming and people coming out to vote in higher numbers, I think that favors Democrats, and I think that's going to show. Again, we have to wait for everything to
still
be counted.
Has, for what it's worth, CNN still has Biden with a slight lead in Ohio. So who has the exact right number at this point? It's hard to say, but it's basically, call it 50-50. It's split right down the middle.
It's neck and neck.
We're just hoping, if you're a Democrat, you're hoping that the rural counties being counted right now, which are usually slow to come in. Mm-hmm. You're hoping that the mail-in ballots are slower, and that's why the gap closed a lot. So the rural vote is being counted right now, or starting to come in right now, which is why Trump has closed that gap. But we still have a lot of mail-in ballots to look at and to count, which would hopefully extend Biden's lead. But it's a roller coaster for sure.
Yeah, I'm just
poor Leah.
I feel like I'm just so defeated. I just know we're gonna lose.
She's taking it the worst.
I really am. This is just. Ugh.
Well, I don't think it's by any means a sure thing either way. Like Biden could absolutely still win this thing, and there's still a good chance of him winning. Me saying Trump, that's my gun to the head pick, but by no means am I confident that will absolutely happen.
I'm not confident enough in the American people. I keep saying that. I'm just not. Or in Trump to even not contest it, or for it not to be close. Like, this country is so divisive right now. It's so divided and so polarized that there's no way. Like, you're right. It's going to be so close that I think it's going to go up to the Supreme Court. Like, I think that's a really good chance that we don't have an answer until the Supreme Court gives us one.
Yeah. And, the concerning part here now, again, very, very early, but so far Michigan is a big Trump lead. There's a lot of votes to be counted there. But, it's like watching it is frustrating as much as, as much as we know that this is going to be a long, drawn out process, at least for the night, to see these large gaps close so quickly. It is defeating. So it looks like we have another map update here. What did we update here, Krista?
Kansas just switched to mostly red.
Yeah,
that was expected. I'm surprised it held on this long. I'm surprised they just when the polls closed. I mean, what are we waiting for?
Yeah, I was about to chime in and say that we should take some solace in Kansas and Missouri being blue, but I feel like once Kansas falls, Missouri follows right behind.
Usually, yeah, but Missouri being leaning blue this long is something to celebrate somewhat. Looks like the gap is closing a little bit in Virginia for Biden, but still, that's very, very concerning that it's taken this long. He's really got to run up the score there. Maybe, I don't know how they had early voting, so I was expecting that to swing Biden very early, as it usually does.
Fox News still has it blue. So.
I have it on NPR, and they have it blue. But then when you look at the percentage, it's 54.9 Trump, 43.4 Biden, with 49% of the vote in.
Hillary won that.
50 with only half the vote in, that is a lot. So a lot can change there. So Michigan's starting to tighten up a little bit, it looks like. There's certainly some hope.
Still have faith in Idaho.
How many electoral votes?
That would be a moral victory.
Four points.
Four.
But 4 most important points.
The four most important electoral votes.
Hey, did you guys talk at all today about the Israel factor, or have you even heard anything about the Israel factor?
No.
So I read this article on NPR today. I figured that was my best bet in these crazy times, in these polarizing times. For me, NPR has always been my most down the middle, fair coverage that you can find. Even though they do lean left, but they lean slightly left more than some of the more polarizing ones. Anyway, there was this article that said, and I hadn't thought about this until today, but Trump has made some very major moves in Israel, putting the American embassy in Jerusalem, essentially saying we are siding with Israel over over the Palestinians. We are not going to be as down the road, down the middle, and sort of measured in our approach to the Middle Eastern problem. So all that being said, there are 150,000 potential overseas American voters living in Israel. In 2016, only something like 15,000 of them, I guess, voted or cast their ballot in any way. But if the big sweeping moves that Trump has made in Israel during his term, how much of that 150,000 potential pool will actually vote, of course, which will be counted as a vote for whatever state in the country they have residency in, will that be a factor or not? Or could it be a factor that people aren't thinking about?
Maybe all of them live in Virginia, and that's why
it's taking so long.
They're all from Virginia.
That's a good question. I just don't know if it's enough to sway an election.
Oh, I don't think it'll sway the election, but it's a nice little fat pocket of potential voters that I haven't heard anyone talking about.
Yeah.
I don't think it was so much his Trump's policy advancements in regards to Israel. They're not so much in regards to trying to get those 150,000 and change overseas Americans to vote for him. That's to curry favor with the evangelical religious right portion of his base. It's to curry favor and to shore up his standing with them more so than it is for converting Americans living abroad, like convincing them to vote for him, or convincing Jewish Americans living in America in the 50 states to vote for him. It's more so it's signaling to non-Jewish Americans more so than anything else.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of interesting that he took such a strong stance on it, because it's like this has been the never-ending problem. This has been the problem that cannot be solved kind of thing.
Yeah.
And for him to make a decisive play on one side or the other, it's almost like, you know what? The only solution to this problem is take a side. And I felt like he took a strong side. So does that play into he wanted part of his presidential legacy to have taken a firm hand in the Middle East? Was it to, like you said, curry favor with the evangelicals? Was that the main goal? Did it have anything to do with getting those overseas votes? That probably was pretty low on his priority list when he made the decision.
Right.
But it's still an interesting thing to think about. And Israel's a very influential, that problem, and Israel itself always a factor in tons of things going on in the world. They are at the center of so much. So I don't think it'll be a deciding factor in this whole race. I just thought I'd point it out because that was something that really got me thinking today.
It's certainly interesting because the administration, especially, like I think it goes, it even paints a little bit of a broader stroke. Because they are going around, especially in the final weeks here, the Trump administration is claiming Middle East peace because of the moves that they made that only affect a few of these countries, which is complete bullshit because it's not peace in the Middle East.
I'm sorry, but I have to chime in on that, Jeff. I'm chomping at the bit on this. So these peace agreements that the Trump administration is boasting that they've hammered out with Israel and a few other countries in the region. So he hammered out, allegedly Israel now has peace agreements and normalized relations with, I know at least two of the countries are Bahrain and I believe Sudan, neither of which Israel ever had any tension with. Period. Full stop. They were not butting heads in the least bit. Nothing of the sort. So it's kind of like saying like, hey, America just struck a peace deal with Canada. Cool. We weren't at tensions with them about anything in particular, for that matter, or like, or Kansas and Nebraska struck a deal. It's like, okay, there wasn't. What's the big tension besides like, I don't know, college football or something maybe?
Right.
I mean, like that, like his peace deals. Again, it goes back to virtue signaling to the religious right in America, saying like, I'm so great for Israel. Look at what I am doing for Israel, because the whole support for Israel and trying to get Jesus to come back for the second coming and the rapture and Armageddon and all that stuff. There's a certain segment of the world that just is kind of, they're antsy for that kind of stuff because they think they're all going to ascend to heaven and all sorts of good stuff too.
As somewhat of a build off of what you're saying, Alex, during my time in the military, and it may be just the sheer fact that I was in the Navy and I was in some form of ground force, but many of us resented the idea that we were at war in perpetuity. It's like, why are we there? Why are we there constantly fighting this battle against what most would assume is an idea? And then to associate that same idea crosses the borders of these multiple countries, and that they would either align one way or another with that idea is a whole another thought process. So when you're looking at these brokered peace deals, brokered being the key term, because in all honesty, it's just that the United States pretty much sanctioned a room where they could talk without killing each other, for lack of a better term. And everyone wants us gone from both sides. So, like, why are we there? And then to sit here and I guess, I'm kind of just rambling on a bunch of shit. But being the person that I am, I don't understand why we're there. And every president I've seen as an adult has sat there and said, yeah, we're going to leave the Middle East. And then it seems without fail that every president that's elected has either maintained or increased presence in the Middle East. And I feel like it's just some weird political ploy to maintain a specific base for the sake of voter turnout. And I don't see any point in these weird on paper deals that, in all honesty, a year or two, they're going to fall apart. And that's just my perspective. Pessimistic, if you want to call it that. But I don't see any of it being worth a damn. And I don't understand how some far right person, most likely Christian in faith, gives a shit about Israel.
Ben, that's a really interesting perspective that none of us that have not been in the military would be able to have. So I appreciate that. I think it's all wrapped up in a couple of key things. When you look at, for instance, one of the things is that the United States does not want to take its eye off the treasure box. And obviously that is a very, very valuable region for us to have some kind of a foothold in and a flag planted in some way of control. I think the other part of it is when you look at, this is play for keeps ideology that's warring out there, and you have the what Muslims believe, what Christians believe, what the Jews in Israel believe. This stuff is more important than politics to them. This stuff is like, I will die for this, and so much of it is intrinsically, and I think unseparatable from that treasure box I talked about that we don't want to keep our eyes off of. So I think that's why you'll never see us stop meddling out there. We're always going to want to have some kind of favor and influence. And I think the move that Trump made with Israel was the most, you can agree with it or disagree with it, but it was the most decisive move we made in that region. And I think in my lifetime, unless you want to go back to our very drastic decisions made in Iran in the late 70s, early 80s, decisions we made in Iran, which sort of set the course for what that was going to be for the next 20 years. I think this is probably the most decisive move anyone's made either way from the American side. So it's an interesting topic. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it may be one of the most decisive moments in regards to U.S. policy towards Israel since Jimmy Carter negotiated an actual peace agreement between Israel, Egypt, and Jordan back in the 70s, and also Bill Clinton almost, but not quite getting an actual peace agreement between the Israelis and the Palestinians in, I believe, 93, which ultimately resulting in the Prime Minister of Israel being assassinated by an right-wing Israeli citizen himself because he negotiated away what he gave away. He gave away the sword of the Palestinians, allegedly, is what the person claimed. But that was not the case, and he paid his life for it.
So I want to bring in our good friend Justin Everett from Big Facts. He's joining us here today. How you doing, Justin?
What's happening, guys?
How's it going, man?
Hi, Justin.
Hey.
Getting through 1 minute at a time, hoping and praying and hoping.
Right?
How are you feeling right now?
Well, I was feeling a lot better earlier when Biden was still leading Texas. Pennsylvania, I think, is the state, bro. If Pennsylvania's early vote is legitimately 70% Democrat and Pennsylvania flips, Biden needs to get Arizona, Minnesota, and Wisconsin, which I think are all out to accomplish somewhere. I would love to say I'm confident, but I don't think that I am. I like a lot of what I'm seeing. I like seeing so many people at the polls today. That was very that was just a good thing for me to see, dude. I've never waited in line to vote where I vote at. I had an hour wait to get to the building and then a 25-minute wait inside the building. I'm very encouraged by the turnout, but I don't know what the turnout meant. So I'm hopeful, but I wouldn't call myself confident.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think it's going to be closer than what we like.
For sure.
But yeah, I mean, it's going to come down to the wire. It's funny, though. I had a multitude of troubling conversations today with my boss, the owner of the store I work at, and obviously he's a Trumper and a super right-wing Christian, but I noticed a lot of the people I talked to, Democrats believed that this would be a landslide, and Republicans believe the same.
Mm-hmm.
And it really, to me, is coming down to whose bubble is bigger. It's obviously the people that they're talking to that make them feel that way. Is the Democrat bubble bigger than the Republican bubble, or is the Republican bubble bigger than the Democrats bubble?
Real quick, Pennsylvania just flipped over to red.
It did.
Yeah, it's going to.
Yeah. I was just going to say, Wags was saying earlier that Montgomery County, which I live in now, was leading for Biden, and Luzerne County, which when Alex was on TEET, we had discussed that he thought that was going that they were going to go for Biden this year. And I didn't. I really, speaking of that bubble, the bubble I grew up in back there is Trump. It is Trump County. So to know that Biden had any sort of a lead in Luzerne County, Pennsylvania was actually pretty, was a boost for me for a second.
Yeah. And for what it's worth, Pennsylvania is still very, very early. We're not seeing the early vote count much at all, if any. So it is early. We knew it was going to probably favor Trump with the today vote. We'll just have to wait and see there. It looks like it's tightening in Michigan a little bit. I think Wisconsin went blue.
Yeah, Wisconsin just flipped.
Ohio is still, it depends on what you're watching, but CNN still has Ohio leaning blue. It's like a matter of 8,000 votes. So, take that with a grain of salt. Wisconsin is close. Georgia.
Texas is not done yet. Texas is only 130,000 votes right now. If Biden pulls out more around San Antonio or some of those southern counties, Texas could be decided by 50,000 votes for the first time since Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, it's possible. It's possible, but like I said, I think that we're going to have a huge popular vote win by Biden again because it's so close. It's 50-50 basically right down the middle now. Now California comes in, you're going to see Biden get 20 million votes.
There's no doubt in my mind whatsoever about that. California is an absolute given.
So talk about the crazy shit going on today, bro. My owner, who is a staunch Republican, tried to tell me today when I brought up the fact that Texas looked like it was going to become a battleground, that he's reading news that says California could lean Trump. And I'm like, what fucking news? Where did that?
Yeah.
That is the most liberal state in the history of liberal. I mean, there's no such thing as non-liberal California.
I mean, if Schwarzenegger was running, so we had some polls just close about 5 minutes ago, and for what it's worth, again, very early, Arizona is leaning blue.
That's huge. Arizona's gigantic.
Arizona would be great. I think we got a real chance there. Some people don't, but also for what it's worth, North Carolina. Chris is getting our information from the Associated Press. Still leaning blue, unless that's changed very, very recently.
By 3,000 votes by the Associated Press, 87% reporting right now.
It's close. Yeah, my gosh.
Wow, that is fucking close.
Neck and neck.
Well,
yeah,
a lot of people
49.4 to 49.4 is what I got on NPR.
A lot of people also are not paying attention to Georgia. I don't know how many people heard this, but that pipe leak in the convention center in Atlanta, that's 440,000 early votes that they're expecting to be close to 90% blue.
Wow, I did not hear that.
If it's a 200,000 vote race and Atlanta's county is the last one to count, that could literally at 3 o'clock in the morning be the last one to flip over and kick Georgia blue.
That's
do we know if that pipe burst had any negative effects on the actual ballots?
The burst pipe stopped the workers for 4 hours, is what the state of Georgia is saying. It did not destroy any ballots. It did not damage any ballots. It just made them evacuate the room.
Okay, I wondered for a moment when I heard that while I was working. I wondered if that was some kind of a saboteur.
Me and my wife looked at each other as soon as we saw that story and went, "Which Trumper did this one?"
Yeah. Do they know if it was like a saboteur move? Did somebody? They know
said that they don't expect foul play, but obviously with the amount of investigations into the election counts going on right now, they probably don't have a lot of people to be able to look into that. I mean, just in Philadelphia alone, I don't know how much you guys have seen of this. I think it was 54 reported events of harassment, election altering, recording people at the polls. It's like 54 different things that the Board of Elections has had to look over today in just Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm. That's insane.
Very, very concerning. Yeah, I'm with you, Alex. I'm pleasantly surprised that there isn't more. This is good news for the tri-state area. Our friend Mike Lowther from Pennsylvania Predator Hunters confirms that New Jersey now has recreational marijuana.
Recreational marijuana, 67%.
There we go.
So that's confirmed? It's definitely confirmed.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
It's only a matter of time before Pennsylvania makes it legal now.
I'm going to be driving to
2
Jersey.
years, guys. Prep up. 2 years.
Yeah,
I'm moving to Jersey.
It's going to be awesome to hear all these Republican state reps and state senators start changing their tune in the next few months.
Well, dude, I mean, if Colorado is worth $9 to $12 billion a year in taxes, the fuck do you think a state border in Pennsylvania and New York's going to be worth?
I mean, from what I understand, the reason Pennsylvania hasn't passed it for recreational is because every time it's been presented, there hasn't been some kind of plan for the tax money. So like, well, yeah, it's great to have the tax money, but if you don't have a plan for it, we're not going to say yes.
So exactly. And here's one thing just to compare like the states of Colorado and Pennsylvania. So Colorado, the way when they legalized it in the state of Colorado, they wrote specifically into the law that the money has to be spent on public schools. Straight up. It cannot be spent on anything else but public education in the state, whether K through 12 or higher education. And that's a good, whereas what you're describing in Pennsylvania, there's not a specific plan for the funds. It's just going to be sent into the general fund, which will just be pissed away on whatever can get passed in a budget, in a given budget in a given year. So the money, should be specifically earmarked and the uses be specified for what they do. Colorado, just one more thing about Colorado, has a really quirky law within its state constitution saying that if the state budget is over a certain percent surplus, that all dollars beyond that extra amount in the surplus, say it's 10%, they bring in 15% in surplus, that extra 5% gets rebated to everyone equally in the state, regardless of income level or everything. So what happens is what's happened is they've brought so much tax revenue into the state is that everybody's getting a check back from the state government because so many people are buying cannabis and taking the revenue in and all that stuff. So everyone's indirectly, whether you even have kids in the school system or all that good stuff, it's this little bank shot where like you're essentially getting to reap the rewards without even have to touch the green stuff at all.
That started like 2 years ago. The Colorado started taking in such a huge surplus.
Yeah.
And they started giving it back, and that's what kicked a lot of states over. I lived in Washington State right after they legalized, and watching Oregon, I mean, immediately 2 years after, passed the same crop with the same laws because they saw how many of their own residents were going over the border into Washington. It's going to happen the same here. It's going to be
same thing's going to happen with Jersey. You know, New York and Pennsylvania are going to follow because they don't want people. They don't want out-of-state residents giving New Jersey the tax revenue, and also there's the giant public health issue. What happens when people come? You know, they go over the state line, toke up, and then come bombing down that massive hill on 78 into the Lehigh Valley, for example. I mean, that happened all the time with people under the age of 21 buying beer in New Jersey once upon a time.
Well, that, and from a logistics perspective, if you
you need to have all the cops to enforce it.
Exactly, you need the cops to enforce it, and then on top of that, you have to, if someone comes across the border to go buy, right? Jersey might not give a shit if you have a Pennsylvania, New York, or Jersey license. Who cares, right? But the second you come back over, you have now committed a felony. No one wants to deal with felony proceedings on that high of a level because everyone's going to do it. There's going to be such a mass amount of people crossing the border to buy legal marijuana. Coming from South Dakota.
I could see in Pennsylvania.
Go ahead, Leah.
I could see in Pennsylvania them lowering it to like a misdemeanor, letting people come over and stopping them left and right and charging them an arm and a leg and doing it that way.
Well,
that's
the beauty of the felony is that it's federal. That's a federal crime at that point. It's no longer just a state crime.
Speaking of being in a state where my ID was out of state, I had a Pennsylvania driver's license living in Washington State, and I had absolutely no problems going into shops to buy because all they check on that thing is your date of birth. They don't give a shit about where you're from. They care about
Same here. Military from South Dakota, I could go buy all I wanted.
Right. They don't give a shit about that. And the reason why the states fall around them is because they do see such an influx. The Fed, while it stays illegal on a federal level, wants those charges. The states don't want a fucking thing to do with the federal felony charge because that takes resources out of the state that Cinnamon Hitler doesn't give back. So all these states, especially if he gets reacted, are going to take that away. That's a good one. I saw that on TikTok.
That's so good. That took a minute. I was like, that's a good one.
Well, Ben, I know what I'm going to call my next mystery novel, The Beauty of a Felony.
The other big thing to look at with recreational versus medicinal is interstate commerce. New Jersey isn't going to grow all their own marijuana. So a lot of states, they don't necessarily, it might not be as much of a tax revenue situation as you might think, comparing it to like different states. But when you start thinking about the fact that New Jersey has to get its weed from places, and that involves transportation across city and county and state lines, that's really where the big thing will come in. You'll start to see corporations push.
Arizona is 70% reported, and Biden's leading by 11 points right now.
Nice.
Yeah, it's
but once you see transportation,
70% reported.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, because Arizona is really weird. They only have like 8 counties in the whole state.
Yep.
So they can
they're
tabulate.
One of the states that did it right and didn't wait until election day to count mail-in ballots, like fucking stupid Pennsylvania does.
Wow. Okay, that blew me away.
I'm really
You're
surprised.
totally right about the interstate commerce bit right now, because the way it is with cannabis still being illegal at the federal level, as of right now, at least in theory, who knows how it actually goes, how it's fully practiced. But right now, it's legal in California, but California can only produce and sell within the state. They can't sell over the state line. And for example, Nevada, it's also legal for recreational purposes in Nevada. And Nevada, when they first opened their stores, they sold out in first week. They were out. And then they said we have no sales for a certain amount of time. And then they were limiting how much you could even purchase. You can only buy so much at a time, just so that they would not dwindle the in-state supply. Now, once it's lifted federally, then you can start selling across the state lines. But as of right now, New Jersey, the way it's going to work is they're going to have to produce everything within the state.
They don't have the ability to do that. And Nevada also had a really quirky and stupid rule in their system. So in Nevada, they have state stores like we do, I believe, with alcohol. But it takes it a step further. In Nevada, all alcohol has to be distributed by state-funded transportation companies. Like the alcohol can only be distributed by a set number of companies, and they signed that into the legislation for the marijuana too. So not only did they sell out incredibly fast because everybody wanted some, but they didn't have the supply. But they also
the whole supply chain
transportation. Exactly the supply train. They literally didn't have the supply train, like trains, car, like whatever. They couldn't get it from the producers to the retail stores because there wasn't enough.
Even if it was just sitting in a warehouse, they couldn't have even done it because of the way that they've structured their system.
If they had enough to back it up, but they didn't have enough to ship it out.
A lot of those laws around a lot of these states that legalized were strange. Like in Washington State, 80% of your store's inventory had to come from one farm. So you weren't allowed to sublet out. Like if you got pre-rolled joints cheaper from this guy, if it made more than 20% of your business in your inventory, you had to take it from the same place at 80%. You were only allowed to piecemeal 20% of it. So it's a lot of those. Colorado started the same way, and Colorado wound up opening more. When I was in Washington, I met a guy who owns the largest farm in the country. It's called Buddy Boy Farms. They stock most states that have med. He's got warehouses all over the country. He's the largest grower in the country now. And the way he got through was going into states that have medical supply licenses. And as long as the state that you're supplying for also has medical legalization, you can go over state lines as long as it's through those states' channels. So he built basically this network of 12 warehouses where his harvests are dozens of tons. And it's because of all these quirky state laws when they first opened up, like Washington State, 80% of your inventory comes from one farm and one farm only.
Well, to add to that complexity, like I work in pharmaceutical purification, so like most of our customers are insulin, COVID therapies, dog medicine, but somewhere around 50% now because of the explosion in CBD is some form of cannabis or cannabinoid for that matter. A lot of ours are industrial hemp, but what makes it so difficult is although CBD becomes or has become federally legal, the process to remediate THC, which is most of what my equipment does, becomes federally illegal. So despite the fact that you're producing a legal product, the byproduct of your purification is so federally illegal that you're SOL. And on top of the whole transporting across state lines and really what would be a profitable piece of said business, even in a state that is legal, is still federally illegal on such a massive scale that a lot of people dodge even doing it.
Yeah, it's still, they make it too hard to comply, and therefore it remains a gray market at best in a lot of ways. And yeah, until it's no longer federally illegal, yeah, it's going to remain that way.
Just to cut in here for a second, fellas, Krista just sent us a note that the first openly transgender senator, Sarah McBride, was officially elected in Delaware.
Yay!
Wow.
She's a senator, state
Quite
senator,
significant.
Yes.
Yes.
And shockingly speaking, Iowa and Montana are currently leaning blue.
I'm shocked about Arizona. I can't believe it's leading for Biden. I thought, this was the place, 5 years ago? It was like, when 5 years ago or whatever, they were like, show me your papers. That was Arizona. That was like, where they were drifting. So I can't believe I'm looking at it now in 2020.
Well, that wasn't the will of the people, Greg. That was the exact reason why we have a tyrannical Republican Party who gerrymanders everything they possibly can to gain power, to do those kind of things. The people, spoke up here. So Arizona's been kind of leaning blue the past 4 years or so because, obviously Trump won it, but the midterms, they flipped a seat there. That's big.
I just thought that general ideology had a much stronger foothold there than apparently it does.
So I want to go to Jordan. Jordan, I know you and I are both kind of quiet. We're watching the same thing. I don't have my sound on. Are you hearing anything different? Is it looking bleaker in North Carolina and Ohio? It's not. Just looking at the picture without the sound it's not looking good.
I don't know. It's North Carolina. I think they're saying is still pretty close.
It is.
But some of the other ones are pulling away a little bit. But I don't know. I think
Ohio right now, I'm looking at it, 2.34 million to 2.16, favoring Biden. That's how close it is.
I don't know what you're on. I have it favoring.
Yeah, I have Ohio 80% reporting 2.4 million to Trump, 2.2 million to Biden.
Oh, maybe I looked at that wrong because right now it's CNN. Right now I'm looking at Florida.
What's up, babe?
Yeah.
200.
Trump has Georgia by 55 to 43.
Well, remember,
that's big.
Yeah, but Justin mentioned about the issue that could close that gap a lot.
Yeah,
400,000 person county.
Just
back 4 hours.
A quick update on Pennsylvania. Obviously, you're seeing it leaning red, but they did hop into Philadelphia County. Only like 9% of the votes are being counted there. And out of those 9%, Biden is leading like 91 to 5%. So
they're talking about. I'm watching CBS or ABC. I don't know what the wife's got on the TV. And they were talking about disappointing turnout in Philadelphia. And
really,
I was under the assumption that everybody understood most Democrats were not going to the polls. I mean, I'm one of very few people I know that voted for Joe Biden and did it in person today. All of those votes in Philadelphia, dude, again, they didn't start opening envelopes until 7 o'clock this morning. They're not going to have 80% of that counted until 4 or 5 in the morning today.
And once they do get counted, if Biden maintains that type of gap in Philadelphia and he gets a similar one in Pittsburgh, it'll definitely he could really run up the.
Well, it's not only Philadelphia. It's I heard he's there is the suburbs surrounding Philadelphia were also leaning strong toward Biden. Last report I heard.
Really?
So right now, he's leading in Pittsburgh, he's leading in Philadelphia, and 2 of the 4 surrounding counties. But he's also leading in Allentown, which was not expected. So no,
that's not expected at all.
Close. I mean, right now we're talking about 30% of Pennsylvania, and Biden's down by just over 100,000 votes, with 9% of Philadelphia and like 13% of Pittsburgh reported. So just those 2 major counties alone, he's going to run far past them in the popular vote in Pennsylvania.
It certainly looks that way, and that's the one comforting thing I'm seeing right now is that that they said would happen and they said this would happen in multiple states, but it only seems to be happening in Pennsylvania, where Trump would get out to a lead, and then later on the mail-in votes would catch up. We're not seeing that in other states, which is really unfortunate.
North Carolina is only like 0.6%.
That's
close. How close it is.
It's
49
close,
49.
But what you have to look at, what I'm not seeing, because I'm not able to turn on the sound or pay attention, is what percentage of the major population zones are reporting. If they're only reporting like 70%, he can still make up ground. But
we're 91% reported in North Carolina.
Yeah, it's
right. But what specifically is the percentage reporting in the major population zones?
Right, like how much is out of Charlotte, how much is out of Raleigh, the places that Biden's going to win.
Right. And they were reporting first. That's how Biden built up his lead. So then all the rural counties start coming in. How much of a percentage are they reporting? So that's what this guy on I forget, Jordan mentioned his name, but he's so good because he really speaks to that. He talks about, look, he can get votes from here, he can get votes from here, but I don't know. It's just like,
well, this is like talking about any major city. A major city like Philadelphia, regardless of the fucking Rona and the mail-in shit.
It's gonna
a county of 100,000 takes longer to count and verify than a county of 3,000. So all of those smaller counties do roll in faster, and that's what historically Trump has won all of those little counties. But these major counties is where the ground's made up. and I was watching the whatever channel she's got on, we're showing Hillary Clinton's percentages versus what Joe Biden's got in different counties in PA. He's outperforming her by 15 to 20 points than what she did in Pittsburgh and Philadelphia already.
Yeah, which is all good sign.
Though that was happening earlier, and now
happening in Ohio and North Carolina, and man, the gap closed quickly, and he's no longer.
Quick.
I haven't seen if he's still outperforming her by a lot, but it can't be. It just can't be.
He's not. It's closing like within I think 3 points is what I saw in Ohio the last time I saw it on CNN.
Right. I'm just talking individual counties and the population zones where it's going to be blue no matter what. He was running up the score there early on. Now, not so much. That's the concerning part. So it's all about, you're right, Justin, but it's all about if he holds those margins, he'll win. But so far what we've seen is he's not holding the margins.
But I think what we're going to see today, no matter what, dude, is these mail-in ballots, except for the states that have been allowed to at least process the last week. Pennsylvania could take 4 or 5 days in some of these major counties to count all these. And we might see a 60,000 vote lead for Biden at 3 a.m. today. And as soon as all those mail ballots go through the rest of the state of Pennsylvania, even the red counties, the blue voters were mailing in. So there's a shitload of blue voters if we're to believe the estimations. I mean, depending on where you look, it's from 65 to 80% of mail-in ballots were Democrat. If that number is anywhere close to real, most of these races that we're looking at right now, the number is so fucking fugazi we can't guess.
In Pennsylvania, I don't know that that's true in every state. The problem is he would have to have that happen in every major swing state. It would have to happen in Ohio. Florida's already out of play. Like, I just don't see a path to 270 for him. I just don't.
Looking at Ohio, Cuyahoga County, where Cleveland is at 60% counted vote. So
so he can make up some votes there. What's the margin?
He's losing by 200.
No. What's the spread in that county?
70-28. Biden's killing.
If he could maintain that and make up, he would have to make up like 200,000 votes. I don't even know how many people are in Cleveland, but are there that many votes in Cleveland with the amount of votes need to be counted?
Cleveland's big.
It is.
There's 450,000 votes counted so far at 60%. But also Columbus, Ohio, Franklin County, 66% of the votes are counted.
See, this is what I mean. These big cities that we know Biden is going to lead gigantic on. There's so many votes to be if again, like Jeff said, if you run that 70% all the way to the end, you're talking about hundreds of thousands of votes that you're making up for.
Right, that's what I'm saying. And Toledo County, Biden's winning huge. It's only 47%. It's Lucas County, Toledo. Cincinnati still has 35% of the votes to count yet. So these are
so he can still make up the gap that he's at now. It's
Ohio
not insurmountable.
Is very much in play.
Yeah.
Right.
Jordan, your thoughts when you hear that information?
I think Jordan's defeated. He's just defeated.
We're just tired.
No, it's the tired.
Yeah.
It's tired. I'm
well, look,
tired.
this has been an exhausting 4 years, and I feel like we're trying to fit 4 years into like 12 hours right now. It's exhausting.
Yeah, Jeff, you have to remember that it's been longer than 4 years for me because I was one of the OG never Trumpers.
Yeah.
I mean, before he even declared to president like his intent to run, I was like, oh hell no. Like, get the fuck out of here. Yeah. Like, you do not belong here. This is not for you.
I was the same way. I was not excited about him taking up a primetime slot on television for 7 fucking years. You know, it's like, that was the worst fucking show ever. I hated that motherfucker.
Yeah.
But hearing...
My biggest concern as it sets in is, I when Justin said the how big is your bubble, that's kind of like what I was thinking. But at the same, what I was thinking about is that the more the more today's votes are not a like stunning upset or a stunning win for Biden, the more the chance increases that Trump tries to steal this by getting the Supreme Court to invalidate a lot of the mail-in voting.
Thank
But
you.
what are the chances
That's
of that
my
happening?
concern.
What
Like,
are,
I
so
was
look at what
hoping
they've
that the
tried
vote
already,
was-
though.
What?
Look at what they've tried already with this.
Yeah, but that was
vote
before they
Texas.
had Amy
But-
Cunty Barrett on the
But,
on the
but,
bench.
God, listen, I'm sorry. We can have a whole fucking episode about this. I understand all of the reasons why she should not have been nominated and confirmed. I'm on your side. But we have to also understand that the last 3 decisions that hit the Donald Trump court, where Neil Gorsuch and Brett Kavanaugh were going to ruin rights for everybody, they voted left. I'm not saying they're going to continue. I'm saying that it's happened. So that
That's a
is
good point.
far from my concern right this very moment.
Yeah,
What
No,
are
but
the chances?
it's not.
I would strongly agree with that.
What are the
My
chances
concern-
that
my
this constitutional
concern-
government, this constitutionalist court, reads the Constitution just like the Texas lower courts did when they tried to throw out 127,000 drive-through ballots? If the ballot is cast in person, they're never going, whether it's the Supreme Court or a circuit court, they're not going to circumvent the Constitution because fucking Cinnamon Hitler said so. That's not what the Supreme Court has been about since he put him in. That's not what they're going to continue doing. The Supreme Court's not my concern. My concern is if Cinnamon Hitler loses and his narcissistic bubble pops all over all of us, what can he fuck up from November the 5th or whenever we find out until January the 20th? That nobody
72 days of hell. It's going to be 72 days of hell.
That
It
is
will
the
be.
scary part. That's the
So
part.
I would agree with Justin's take on the likelihood of the Supreme Court and Trump being able to steal it in a tandem maneuver. But Jordan, I would like to hear the rest of your thought on that. You seem to fall on the other end. What's feeding that fear? Do you really see that happening?
No, it's I was cut off, but I was gonna say it's not that I believe that the Supreme Court would allow it to be stolen. What I said was I fear that he's going to try to get them to steal it for him, because then it just foments more hatred and discord and distrust of our electoral process. I don't think the Supreme Court would rule in favor of Donald Trump if it gets to that point. But what it could do is it could piss off all the people that vote for Trump and have him get on his bully pulpit and invalidate our democratic process.
Well, can he do any more damage than he
substantial
has?
damage.
Yes.
Yes, he can do a shit ton more
No.
damage
I
than
don't
he
mean
has.
everyday damage of fucking up more than that. I mean in that vein that Jordan was talking about, in
Yes.
undermining our democratic process. I think he's done a
Yes.
really fucking good job already. He
Oh,
already
yeah, he has,
all
but there's still more that can be done.
He has his
Yeah.
whole base believing that no matter the turnout, if Trump loses, it's cheated. He has his whole base believe that baseless conspiracy theories are true and fucking John F. Kennedy Jr. is QAnon. He already has accomplished these things. Could it get more pervasive? I don't know that it can get worse than the fact that more stupid people exist that haven't bought in already.
That being said,
That
if you listen to Trump's statement today, he sounded very different than I've heard him, and I had noticed this. We talked about it on the show. I had noticed this a couple weeks ago that for the first time ever, he sounded like a guy who thought it was a possibility that he would lose. Today, his statement was, I'm going to paraphrase it, but essentially, I'm sure you all heard it. It was essentially that, winning's easy. Losing is hard, especially, certainly it is for me. So it's like, it was almost like he was allowing for the possibility. He even said what an embarrassment it would be to lose to Biden. So it sounds like, at least on some minuscule level, Trump is also building a little bit of a path for him to be able to speak to losing. So that's interesting. I actually had a question for the whole panel, though. I was thinking about this earlier today when I had heard, and anybody jump in and correct me if I'm wrong, but someone on NPR had stated that 100 million people were going to vote by mail.
Yes.
No,
100, yeah, approaching 100 million people have already voted.
Okay.
Today.
Yeah. All right. So that's
like
the first.
by mail, in person, early, or otherwise.
So
I think the number was 70 million by mail or something like that.
So here's my question on that. Now, when they were counted in that pool of these people were going to, that meant that these people had sent out for a mail-in ballot. They got put in the mail-in pile. But what you guys talked about so much earlier today was people who did try to do it mail-in, didn't get their ballot or whatever. They lost confidence in that being an effective way to vote, whatever the case may be, and they went in and then voted in person. When I started hearing a number like 100 million mail-in votes, and you figure the average number of people that vote in the first place is something like 160, 170 million or something like that portion of the country, and that might be slightly off, but
yeah, well, that's who's eligible to vote.
Okay.
Right.
No, but I'm the actual normal turnout.
Turnout fluctuates, but your ballpark 150 to 165 million.
Okay.
Okay.
So my question was, how many of the people in that 100 million actually turned out to be in reality people that were there on the ground voting in person?
And how many converted?
How many may have converted, and also, like. That sweeping mail-in presence might not be as big as we think, based on the impressive turnout in so many places. I wonder if they are one and the same people in a lot of cases.
No, I think mostly you heard us talking about. I don't know if it was in context. If you had the context completely right because you were at work and listening back and forth, Pennsylvania was really the only state that had an issue with people receiving the ballots that they requested, where they then had to go to the polls and vote in person. Every other state that did early voting and mail-in voting seemed to go off without a hitch.
Is that the general consensus?
Yeah. That is. But my question is this: how many of the people that didn't get their mail-in ballots just sat at home? Is that going to affect it?
Well, so let me stop you right here. To answer your question, we're looking at Pennsylvania right now on CNN. Early vote expected to be 45% of the total vote.
See, that's what I mean.
But here's the other thing. Wait. Here's the other thing. Those people are they counting that million? Okay, is that already in the number of projected voters?
Yes, they're talking about accepted votes.
Yeah, accepted votes. So that doesn't mean that they showed up today to vote. So half of those votes just may not exist that they're expecting. Do you get what I'm saying?
45% of a number that they're saying is somewhere between 60 and 80% leaning Democrat. So if this is close in Pennsylvania and 45% is mail-in, that's a good sign for Biden, because that means that he basically played to what he needed to. They wanted the Dems to mail in every state except for Georgia. Georgia is the only state that they campaigned in to get out and vote, and then they went to Miami-Dade right before the election and tried to do the same because they didn't campaign there enough. Every other state, the Dems basically, every advertisement I've heard on the radio in Pennsylvania for 2 weeks was get your mail-in ballot. This is how you fill it out. This is where you drop it off. They wanted you to vote by mail because they wanted to have this issue. If they didn't show up big day one, they knew all of this mail was going to slant their way upwards of 75, 80%. And that's going to flip a lot of these close races. If North Carolina is 30,000 votes, that could flip. If Pennsylvania is 50,000 votes, that could flip, all based on the mail.
Right. But what I'm saying with the mail, and this is my only point, is let's say of that million, right, of the Pennsylvania voters that didn't receive their ballot, only 200,000 showed up today to actually vote. That's 800,000 votes that are being included in these projections that just may not exist.
No.
They're not included in the projections.
They're not included in the projections.
Right.
Okay.
The only early vote that's being included in a projection for any state, especially Pennsylvania, is the ones that have been mailed in and scanned and accepted. Alex, maybe you can
recorded as received.
Recorded as received.
Recorded as received. Because the way it works in Pennsylvania, you take you heard it on all those radio ads, Justin. You take your ballot, you fill it, you mark your ballot, you put it in the smaller privacy envelope, you put that in the larger envelope. The larger envelope has your name, home address right there for the return printed on there, and a barcode. They can simply scan those at the Board of Election and say, oh, Alexander Bone voted. There we got his ballot. Check him off. We sent one out we see there was a request that went out to him. Here's ones we've got it back. They can check. They can verify those records against each other.
So that 45% that they're estimating was mail-in votes is only received mail-in votes. That's not the projection of how many.
It's not how many people applied, got the ballot, and may or may not have returned it. It's that 45%. They can count. They can count those. Like I sent my ballot. I took my ballot to a Dropbox last week. they can say, okay, here's another. They can have a total just by scanning those barcodes. They can just keep a tally. Okay, we know we now have 1,000 mail-in ballots, 1,001 to count, 1,002 to count. So they can know how many mail-in ballots are ultimately to be counted, not by party or who specifically or whatever, because they're private, and they can then compare those against the total like running day of tallies that they get throughout the day, and so that's why they can say mail-ins are about 45%.
That was where my main question.
That's how they can ultimately calculate those.
The total number of people who had sent out for that mail-in ballot were the total number of that mail-in pool.
No, the 45% is just the returned mail-in ballots of the total votes cast.
I understand that. My initial question to the panel was more about, of all the people who we thought were going to be in the pool of mail-in voters, how many of those people ended up being an in-person voter and not in that larger number? So
you would count me as one of those people. I would be a person you would assume would be in the mail-in. Like my wife voted by mail. I specifically didn't because I work around a lot of the Democrats steal every vote that's not in person people. So I went in person for that reason alone.
Make a point.
No one was telling me my vote was manipulated. So I was one of those people. In talking to most people I know, which are for the most part, personally, most of the people I know are very liberal, and my work connections, because I'm in the car industry, are very Republican. Mm-hmm. Every work friend I've known for the last 10 years all voted in person today. 99.9% of my personal friends all voted by mail. I have maybe 3 or 4 people I know in Pennsylvania that went out and voted Democrat in person. Because, again, that campaign was gigantic. They wanted everyone to vote by mail. So if this turnout early, Trump doesn't have a 200,000 vote lead, Biden's probably going to pull it out because he's got that much more of the mail-in vote.
Yeah, let me talk to. Go ahead, Ben.
To build off of what Justin was saying, somewhere around 1-2 o'clock today, I read an article today on NPR. Out of the somewhere near 100 million mailed-in votes, 46% were cast as Democrat votes. 30% of total U.S. mail-in votes were about, I already said 30%, were Republican, and the remainder, like 20-ish, were like either independent or undefined. Huh. So even though it seems like there's some kind of skew, like heavy skew towards Democrat, and I guess if you look at those numbers, you could say 16.5% is still heavy skew towards Democrat. Mm-hmm. I would argue that a 30% total mail-in vote by Republican would mean that the scare tactics of mail-in voting were not as successful as many might have believed.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I would also say like states like Florida, where the mail-in vote was so like Republican Floridians that are Republican are used to mail-in voting, so they just mail. So I think that kind of skews the number a little bit more because you make up a lot of that 30% in states like Florida that have millions of Republicans that voted by mail. What I was going to say to kind of answer Greg's question, because I think I know what you were getting at. By the way, they finally called New Hampshire finally for Biden. I know that's what we were all waiting for electoral votes.
Before you address my question, Jeff, I just wanted to point out per NPR, North Carolina is 50% to 49% Trump, with a separation of 58,000 votes, with 92% in.
Well, he made up a little bit of the gap. There was a larger gap there for a couple minutes, over 100,000. So Biden made up a big chunk of votes, came in. He made up some ground there. That's actually a good sign. So to answer Greg's question, because I think what you were asking, Greg, and correct me if I'm wrong, you were essentially asking how many of the people that didn't receive their mail-in votes, or there was an issue with them, we assume that the people that have requested them are Democratic voters. They're voting for Biden. How many of those people that had an issue with their mail-in ballot actually went to the polls and voted today. Is that what you were asking?
That's half the question. The other question was, is the pool of what we're calling mail-in voters as big as we think it is, based on the amount of people that didn't receive the ballot or lost confidence in it and then went and voted in person anyway, and then thereby became an in-person voter, not part of the mail-in pool?
Well, the first half of your question, we now have an answer to. They're expecting the total percentage of mail-in vote for Pennsylvania to be about 45% of the vote, which is less than other states, but we kind of expected that. To answer your question, I can't really, to answer the second half of your question, all I can speak of was by personal experience, and I try to ask the panelists that we had throughout the day if they noticed anything when they were voting in person. I noticed that a couple people in front of me and a couple people behind me were there with their surrendering their mail-in ballot and asking for a provisional ballot. And that was in my little polling place in Warnersville, obviously. So I feel like a big portion of the people that requested a mail-in ballot that didn't get it on time or didn't receive it at all did end up going in person. And that's part of the reason why we saw such long lines.
So I guess what I'm saying is
I feel the opposite way.
Whatever we're seeing on the map now, as far as like tonight's results, what we see tonight might be a closer picture to the truth than some people are believing, with this later influx of mail-in votes stemming the tide might not actually come to pass in as strong a fashion as people think.
Well, that would be true, but Pennsylvania is way behind on counting their mail-in votes. That's the problem. So
which is true.
The biggest portion of the vote right now, and it's so close, is in-person today voting. And we're not even counting a big portion of. Let's assume that that 45% of the total vote is mail-in ballots across the whole board, right? Let's just assume that to make the math easier. So what we're seeing in Philadelphia is 20% of the vote being counted. They haven't even counted the majority of the in-person voting in Philadelphia yet, and they're going to make up a gap. They're going to make up the gap there. And then later on, the mail-in votes, which are going to be overwhelmingly for Biden, are going to come in later on, which is where the gap. It's still going to be close.
See, I was
Pennsylvania
speaking more about the whole country, though, Jeff. As far as people that were listed in that mail-in pool from an initial overture of requesting that ballot,
right?
How many of them turned out to be actual mail-in voters? That's a question mark.
Well, it's a great question, but it's so hard to answer because it's state by state. Like Krista talks about, they automatically mail in your ballot. You can't go vote in person. You send it back by mail.
Yeah.
California, you're probably going to get 20 million mail-in ballots. So, what they're saying is combined early voting and mail-in ballots. There was a little bit over 102 million people that voted, and there was 139 million people that voted in the 2016 election. So
I want to jump in real quick to your point, Jeff, and to bring another Supreme Court issue up, like Jordan said earlier about the vote, that I think is a real concern with which way the Supreme Court. Today, I heard a bunch of stories coming out of Philadelphia. Again, I'm in Philly, so most of the things I hear are from Philly. But what I was hearing today was a lot of these motions that were being brought up by the Republican Party around Philadelphia were trying to suppress the releasing of the names of people whose ballots were rejected. So they didn't have the opportunity to know that they were rejected to make it to the polls by 8 o'clock and vote in person. So my curiosity is on twofold here, and this is an open question to everybody. First, if that happened in Philadelphia, what are the chances that didn't happen in every single state that saw an influx in mail-in ballots by the Republicans trying to suppress that vote? That's question A. Question B, when it comes to the Supreme Court, a lot of these states now, Pennsylvania included, is now giving people who had rejected ballots so far provisionally tonight until the 5th to correct that ballot. And if that happens in multiple states, this is obviously a court case that the Trump administration will take straight to the Supreme Court. It's going to pass every other level. What does the Supreme Court find then? Will they allow ballots to be counted after Election Day? That's the real question I think that we have to pose about how the Supreme Court leans, because constitutionally, that's very different than cheating the numbers. Saying that votes count after Election Day is almost constitutionally unprecedented. And that's something where a constitutionalist panel of judges might vote against that. And how many of those people? I mean, I saw certain states reporting upwards of 40% of early ballots were rejected. So in a positive world, half of those people got back. And if all that type of stuff happened, do the Dems have a fight for the Republican suppression of keeping those names out? And do the Republicans have a fight for the states that are now trying to count ballots after Election Day?
That's a good point.
Well, Pennsylvania is what, 3 days? So that's a positive, I guess. They won that battle.
But that's only if the vote, but Jeff, that's only if the vote was like
postmarked
by election day.
Right.
What Justin's describing is what happens if somehow these people get notified after election day that their ballot may have had some issue and was rejected, and therefore are given this opportunity to maybe cast a vote after election day, but it really just counts for it. And therefore, what happens with the litigation around that, and how, you know, the Democrats saying these people were never notified properly in time to be able to properly cast a ballot otherwise, and the Republicans saying, well, tough, pound sand, you know, that's what you got. That's what you get. Your vote, you didn't get your vote in before election day or by election day, so that you don't get a redo essentially. And how does that play out? That's a tough doozy.
I don't see that one going. I don't see that one going the way of the letting them in after the fact. I would say.
Yeah, I really don't see how you let people cast a vote after election day.
So here's my problem. Wags has a good question. She said, "Do we know why they were rejected?" I believe the ones that I'm aware of, at least, were rejected. There's a lot of them because of the signature.
Yep.
Now, if that were me,
filling out that envelope, correct?
Yeah, if that were me and I casted my vote beforehand and they rejected it, and because of my signature, which I know has changed, I've said it twice already on this live that my signature has changed. That seems to me more unconstitutional than allowing me to vote later. In my opinion,
I totally follow that argument, Leah, and I'm with you on that. But it's the what it's going to come down to is people are going to say this ballot was cast on November the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, not by the 3rd ultimately, and that's what's going to come down to it on paper. What does it say, and therefore should it count or not? And that's where this court it totally should, but.
The court is a like we can call it conservative, liberal, call it whatever you want to. The judges that the Republicans try to get up are constitutionalists because the Republicans don't want progress. How do you stop progress? You put people in place that make decisions based on right now and never changing. And that's what they put together. And a constitutionalist judge is going to interpret the Constitution literally. And the literal interpretation is you have until the polls close on November 3rd. And if you didn't get there, tough shit. That's how the law is written. And that's the part that worries me. How many of those ballots that they weren't alerted about were never given ample time to fix it? That is as unconstitutional as voting on the 4th to me.
But I would argue that you actually did do that. You did get it there by then. It wasn't your mistake. This was their mistake. You get what I'm saying? Like, this wasn't your
doubt.
fault.
I'm 100% with you. I agree with you 1,000%. But that's what I'm saying. That's the stuff that. And again, like I said, the big question, can anybody believe that this didn't happen in every other major city? There's no way it only happened.
There's no way, yeah. No way.
Well, and from a legal aspect of saying it's like their mistake versus your mistake, like when you request for a mail-in ballot and you don't receive it, and then you go and show up, like in Pennsylvania, you go and show up to your polling place, you've never received a mail-in ballot, so you show up and say, I'm here to vote, and their paperwork says, well, you received a mail-in ballot, you need to surrender it. But you have nothing to surrender. What do you do then? Are you just unable to vote?
In theory, that's when you would ask for a provisional ballot.
That happens, and yeah, they have you fill out a provisional ballot, and then once your mail-in ballot isn't received by the date it's supposed to, then they count the provisional ballot.
I had zero idea about. And I'm saying furious about the mail-in process.
And how foolproof will that be? Like that. When I heard that earlier, what you guys just described, I was like, well, there could be some fuck ups with that. Not necessarily.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, certainly
could be.
My neighbor, it happened to him. He got there. They told him he could not vote because he didn't have his ballot with him. So luckily, his wife was able to bring it to him. He said.
No, I just
weren't allowed. And Jeff said that's not supposed to happen, but it's happening. So clearly, there's going to be cases where, I don't know.
I meant the case of the checks and balances that, like, you fill out the provisional ballot, and then if your mail-in ballot does not arrive by the the deadline, to me that could be a situation where maybe some people, some areas rather, are very diligent about having that checks and balances system in there, and then maybe some aren't. That seems to be ripe for fuck ups. The other thing is the signature deal. I kind of hear what people are saying, and it's like, oh, come on, like they're looking for some reason to invalidate these things, but at the same time, like how loosey-goosey should we get with like the hoops you got to jump through for a mail-in ballot to be accepted?
Well, it's
I
think the way against that, Aaliyah, real quick, is that to prevent the whole signature issue, like I said, my buddy, military, I know how it goes. Over the course of time, your signature degrades. I'm sure yours did as well. The way to prevent someone disenfranchising you from your ability to vote is to verify you are you via some form of physical identification, like your driver's license, which
but
I know.
Couldn't you take confused Uncle Johnny's driver's license and fill out his ballot and whatever? And like, if there's no other verifiable, thing, like maybe if you said, well, what if it was like a thumbprint? Well, that'd be pretty. Yeah. That'd be pretty good.
Yeah, I got a quick question for everybody on this topic, Sterner. That's a great topic. I had this conversation at work the other day with, again, my very conservative, very Christian counterpart who helps me run my store. In countries like Canada, right, to vote is not a right, it's a civic duty. It's like jury duty is for us.
It's the way it's supposed to be here.
If you don't vote, you can be fined, right? Now, we don't have any innovation in our voting system because half the voting population doesn't give a shit because they don't have to. And I posed this question to my owner. I said, listen, I know the individual mandate's the most unconstitutional thing that you've ever heard of because we forgive every mistake with an R next to the name. But tell me honestly, do you not think it would be better if we made it a civic duty and you faced a $500 fine for the first election you missed, $1,000 for the next, whatever it is, compounding, to compel every single eligible voter to educate themselves on our politics and go out and make a decision? And of course,
Justin, that scares me because as soon as I hear you say that, the next thing I hear is we're going to tell you have to vote, and then we're going to tell you next that who you got to vote for.
I get it. Just that, I understand the libertarian mindset about that. I totally get it. But
who's going to just vote to prevent themselves from being fined? Right? Like you're just going to vote uneducated. Like I was saying before, I didn't vote for a decade because I'm not educated. So if I wasn't educated, I just cast my vote. Granted, my singular vote does not matter, especially in a state like Pennsylvania where they don't have fines based on the faithless electors. So the Electoral College can do whatever the hell they want, and my individual vote means nothing, and also the popular vote means technically nothing. Granted, faithless electors are rare and few and far between, but this day and age it may happen. By levying some type of fine, yes, should be good for the Electoral College. Is it worthwhile to do to the individual electorate? Because you might get someone like me who was a piece of shit at the age of 18 that didn't make much money and would be like, ooh, I don't want to get fined by the government for $500. Better just fill in a singular circle and hope that it doesn't come back to bite me in the ass.
Well, I mean, you have to pair this with education, right? You can't make a system like that and not build some type of.
But how do you make sure that system educates properly?
Well, it's a great question. How do you make any system educate properly? The system's been broken since education became a thing for different reasons, generation by generation. Education, as long as it's made by human beings, will naturally be flawed. We can't do anything without ego. It's not possible. So you learn history one way in the United States of America and learn it an entirely opposite way in Britain. We'll never have that as a populace of the world. But hyper-focused in this country, first of all, the onus comes to us as family, as friends, as parents, as uncles, as nieces, as nephews. You know how many people I saw today with a Gen Z 20-year-old that were 90 voting for the first time ever because they motivated them to get out of the house and go vote? That's the type of shit that we need. We hold ourselves accountable. So if you have ignorance around you, you need to do whatever you can to stamp out that ignorance and give wisdom you might have that they don't. Now,
but that same ignorance can be passed down from generation to generation. So that civic duty passed down from whoever grew up before you, your elder, could perpetuate that problem.
Over America. Like, we're never going to get rid of some stupidity. Stupidity's here to stay. But the vast majority of us have the ability. The internet has broken the world. We have the ability to whatever information we want to get our hands on. The problem is regulation. Regulation, without regulation, QAnon becomes a religion.
But at what point does regulation become detrimental? Just like you said, your initial finding, where does it become detrimental?
Guys, it's happened with every single major medium. Eventually, the government gets control over it and regulates it, and it will. By the way, it will happen to the internet. It happens to everything. It's what governments do. Eventually, they will figure out a way to regulate it, to control it, to make money off of it, and to determine who can do what with it and when.
Right.
But I had a real random question here. How many of you guys think that there's a large portion of new Trump voters this year, or this election rather, than the people that maybe such as evangelicals who feel like he made some huge strides with the shape of the Supreme Court, what he's done. Alex spoke about what he did in Israel, as maybe speaking to those people. How, like, we always think of people who are like, hey, I voted for the first time ever in my life because I can't stand fucking Trump and I want him out of there. How many what do you think? It's a big number of?
No, not
I think it's a decent number, and here is why I think it's a decent number. So earlier, Jordan was talking about how they're counting these newly registered Republicans. Okay, these people and there's no voting history there, so we don't know how they're going to vote. Clearly, but they're registered to vote Republican. So, and this may be ridiculous, but it's the way I think. So with the evangelicals, for example, let's take them for an example. Like the Duggars themselves are like half of the voting electorate in the state of Arkansas. So with these evangelicals, they have a lot of young kids coming up that have been brainwashed to vote their parents' way. So I think a lot of and on the opposite, it seems that the younger generation, these millennials that have been coming to age in the last 4 years, let's say, they're not thrilled about it. I mean, Jeff's son, not excited to vote for either person, but he's raised by Jeff, and he's not voting for Biden.
Last time I checked, he was voting for Trump.
Yeah,
I've seen a ton of that, Leah. I've seen a lot of people, young people, who were like, I'm not fucking voting. I'm not going to partake in two 75-year-old men's whose dick is bigger contest. That's a lot of the Gen Zs that I've talked to.
Well, I think it's either they're not voting, and I honestly think they're either voting for Trump because, they're one of 54 children and their parents have raised them to believe they should, or they are voting for Trump, and I think they fall in that undereducated demographic. And going back to what we were saying before, where education has to be a part of, if you were to make some voting mandate, right, that everyone has to do it, there has to be some sort of something to prove it. And I have said this before, once Trump got elected, as I was raised to believe in voting, my father and my mother both would take me as a kid. I've been, since I was born, every election since I was born, I've been in that booth. And it was a civic duty to me. I would be willing to give up my right to vote because I don't have a college education in order to ensure we'd never have another Donald Trump. I would give that up.
That's a pretty bold statement.
I would. I really think that it's dangerous when undereducated people vote. And I think they're easily manipulated now.
I struggled with that question, Leah. Like the showing some kind of minimum understanding of who you're voting for. Like, for instance, when I had the option to vote on the down ballot, it's like there were several choices I didn't make because I don't feel that I am qualified to vote for people that I have not researched in any way whatsoever. And I think that when you look at the whole election, everyone in the country absolutely should have the right to vote. But I think it's at least a discussion we can have. I'm not saying one way or the other that I believe that it should be this way or that way, but everybody having the right to vote and then having to pass some kind of pace to exercise that right, I think it's worth at least a discussion that people aren't scared of. But that question alone will piss most people off and be like, what the fuck? What are you, some kind of maniac? And I think it's worth the discussion.
Yeah, I do too. I think it's worth a discussion. And look, Jeff right now doesn't have a college degree either. So I don't know. Would you give that up, Jeff, to ensure that we never had a Donald Trump again?
No,
Well, it shouldn't mean that it have anything to do with a college degree.
No,
Right,
I'm just
no.
saying education in general.
And I wouldn't give it up, because I tell you why. I take it upon myself to educate myself on the candidates. You know, I do that because I want to be an educated voter. I think a lot of people, that especially Trump supporters, they don't want to be educated. They don't want to know the truth. They just want to, follow the guy that talks like them and acts like them.
Which is why they're dangerous.
On with that, dude. Like, literally, the biggest problem in this world today is we don't hold ourselves accountable. Like, there's no pride in knowledge anymore. We've gone past your opinion's more important than my facts. That was 2 years ago. We're at a point now where the absence of knowledge is what people attempt to gain. They don't want to know. I mean, I had an argument today with my conservative boss about Planned Parenthood, telling me that, 90% of Planned Parenthood's funding goes to abortions and federal money. All the bullshit fucking talking points that they make. I have facts when I have conversation. I learn. I educate myself. And 3 to 6% of the budget of Planned Parenthood and 3 to 6% of their procedures in their service is abortion by every single statistic in calculus. And I bring him this information, and what I get back is, well, I just don't believe that. And it's like, you can't listen. Ron White said it. You can't fix stupid, bro. There's no talking to these people who are so blinded by the size of this man's ego. He is the sun, and they are the stars rotating around him, dude.
Yeah.
Now, what I would be open to, like we talked about, not giving up your right to vote, but proving that you have a basic understanding of how government operates and works.
Yeah, but that's like a parental test. You should have a test before you have kids too. We don't have that yet either.
Right.
I would have never passed that.
That's it. Yeah.
None of us would have.
Me neither, apparently.
I wouldn't pass it now.
I wouldn't pass it now, apparently.
Yeah. When my kids are 12 and 10, I would still fail it.
My son's 19. He very likely voted for Trump. Apparently, I failed miserably.
Yeah, you failed horribly.
It's all your fault.
Yeah.
Justin, I'm a little scared for you, buddy. I think one of these months you're not going to meet your quota, and they're going to fire you for cause, but it'll really be because of your democratic beliefs and your boss's strong Republican beliefs.
What's fantastic about my stuff, Sterner, is when you spend an amount of time in an industry like I have, I've learned that I have to keep my own records and history of my numbers. And just as a little bit of a pat on the back, I've increased his business by 38% since I got there. So I have no problem.
They're not getting rid of you.
There's no cause, buddy. The only cause is that he thinks that I'm a socialist, and that's it.
So to that point too, one of my very, very close friends is voting for Trump, registered Republican, definitely fiscally conservative, and I don't understand.
So is that person, this guy, this friend?
No.
Are they perfectly okay with the $3 trillion deficit we have now?
So this is my thing.
Fiscally responsible, conservative bullshit.
Okay.
My ass.
So that's normally what they would be. Now, the wife is who I'm friends with, very good friends with, and she is voting for Trump, and she is not as into politics as me at all. I mean, nowhere near it. And I love her as a person, so I won't talk to her about it. But she really thinks these crazy, outlandish things. And I have tried and tried and tried to be like, that is not true. And here's why it's not true. Here's the proof as to why it's not true. And then suddenly it's like, I'm wrong and I'm a socialist. It's always they jump to that. Well, you're a socialist. You want this. I'm not a socialist. You don't want to know. And it feels like these Trump supporters, they hear what they want to hear.
Correct. Selective hearing. Only what backs them up.
And selective knowledge too. Yep. Like the 90% of abortions are through Planned Parenthood. That is an that's outright lie. That is so easily provable that I could debunk in 3 seconds. But it doesn't matter. They're not going to believe me because they don't want to believe me. Yeah, and I don't understand that.
confirmation bias and wanting to put yourself in a place where you can sit comfortably in an echo chamber. I think that's a human temptation that is not limited to Trump supporters.
No, but look at dude, Sterner, that's a great point, bro. This is the problem I've got. The Trump guys are like I'm an alpha and you got to be a man. And they're the same people that need to bubble wrap themselves because God forbid you tell them the QAnon isn't real or the Planned Parenthood isn't a bunch of murderers. They freak the fuck out and they scream at you that you're a liberal and a communist, dude.
Yeah.
That's what they do. They are the weakest generation of men. Any alpha that got Donald Trump's skin, you're not an alpha, bro. Let me tell you something from a real person that doesn't care about what people got to say to me. You have such thin skin, bro, you can't be an alpha. That's not who you are. You might be able to yell and scream and shoot your shotgun at the tailgate of people's trucks, bro. But if it came down to survival, I'm going to live and you're going to die. And this is the shit as society we have to hold ourselves accountable to, dude. I've been with this guy for 5 months. I fight with him about everything political, everything socially, everything. He's a right-wing Christian. I am the absolute antonym to this man. But I keep talking to him because certain things have gotten through. When we were arguing about abortion the last time, I brought up, what if your daughter got raped by a gang member? She's got to carry that kid, and he immediately froze in his tracks. And it's the first time I've made progress with him. But this is a 51-year-old Republican who's never voted blue that aligned with me a little. And this is Wag said in the comments, we have to keep these conversations alive with everybody from both sides and everything through the middle. Because if we as a society allow this partisanship to continue, we're going to have another, whether it be a proverbial or a literal war in this country.
I couldn't agree more with the importance of that, Justin, keeping that conversation alive. And Lee, I want to bump back over to you, but I wanted to include you in this statement that I think, if you just look at the ever-evolving truth, for instance, as an example, I wind up thinking more by conversing with you and Jeff, and I'm not including Mounts because I find that him and I are a little bit more in the center anyway on most things. Yeah. But I think by conversing with you and Jeff, I think I make you guys think, and I know you make me think. And at least if I'm going to wind up with the same opinion I started with, I'm going to have to earn it through the context of debating on our show. And I would imagine you guys feel the same way. So it speaks to Justin's larger point that it's imperative that we keep talking to each other and listening because you know what? Even if the right place to be is on the left, I don't want to be too far over from the right place by not weighing everything on that other side. And if you don't empathize with your enemy, if you don't try to understand them or your opponent, you're not going to be as solid on your position. And Lee, I think you probably agree most with that.
Make America debate again.
Oh, remind me to tell you something about that hat then later, Jeff.
I got to get at least 12 of those hats, bro. I got to wear that into my job looking like that. He is going to shit his pants thinking I'm coming in a MAGA hat. And I'm going to make him read it.
Right.
He's going to go, shit.
That's brilliant. I'm telling you, it was brilliant. I couldn't agree with Sterner more. But there is one part I will challenge you on, but you're absolutely right. I mean, I think of myself when you say holding ourselves accountable, I really try to look at myself as somebody that does understand the other side. And I really believe that I understand Trump supporters in a way more than they understand themselves. I was raised by Democrats, and I've said this 1,000 times. And as Wag said, Lee is a communist. I think Marxism is a possible utopia. Sterner, shush.
Disagreeing.
But that doesn't mean I can't come to the table, because the only way to progress is to understand. And I think that's true. This country can't progress in any way, shape, or form until both sides try to understand each other. We need to stop fighting each other, and we need to truly listen. And I do believe that, like, talking to Greg, I get that a lot more. There's a lot of things that my stance with him in a general standpoint, like coming into abortion, I thought we were going to tear each other's heads off, but we came to some sort of mediation in a way. And I just think again, it all comes back to Trump for me. And I don't know that he is the problem. I think he may have been the catalyst to what this is, but I don't know. He's not the problem. but he's made the problem worse.
It was the magnifying glass that showed us the problem. The problem are these
Right.
fucking people. It's not Trump.
Right.
Trump is
Right.
there.
Trump isn't the problem. It's the people that are the problem on both sides. I think the left has gone too far left, and I think the right has gone too far right. And I consider myself part of that side that's really far left. But I can also understand where these Trump supporters are coming from to an extent. Honestly, in the past month, I would say, I've gotten to a point where I just don't understand them, and it just boils. I never thought it boiled down to racism. I do now, but that's a different tangent. But
can we take a second and have Krista explain why Washington is getting Trump's outvoting Biden in Washington State right now? I don't appreciate that.
It was already called, though, wasn't
Washington's called.
Ben, can you answer that?
But that
I just walked back in, so I don't know what I'm answering.
I went to CNN Map, and it has it called for Biden, but it's red. But that just because it's called doesn't mean it can't be
Washington
changed.
State.
Yeah,
Washington State.
Because
I lived in Washington State. I can explain it very quickly. Most of the vote from Seattle and surrounding areas, and I've got a ton of family that are military that live out there. Most of that state votes by mail all the time, and a lot of the in-person voting is red, and 99% of the blue voting is by mail or early. So that state normally, Tacoma is a 60-40 win, but Seattle, where most people in Washington are, because outside Seattle, Tacoma, dude, it's super rural. It's crazy rural outside of. I lived in Cowlitz County, which is very rural, and it was still kind of like a big town there. It's very rural. When Seattle counts and that gets to 100%, Biden's going to win it by 90, and that's going to be probably somewhere around 40 or 50% of the state in whole. So the reason why Washington, California, those places get called so fast on 3% of the vote is because they can project the percentage much easier as long as it follows the pattern it has for 20 elections.
Okay, so you think it's going to turn blue? Is that what you think?
Oh, it is blue. It's been called already.
It's already done. It's done, yeah.
I was just being silly, but also on CNN, Idaho is blue, even though they called it for Trump. So I'm going to hold on to that one.
So I have some news about Pennsylvania here. As you can see, my head is constantly watching my screen over here. Yeah. Again, I don't have the sound on, but from what I can tell, 350,000 votes they're expecting in Philadelphia County. 76% have been counted so far. Biden 79-20, so call it 80-20. So he's held that gap. And they just looked at Allegheny County. Only 17% of the vote has been counted there. And again, it's like 80-20. I think it's 75-25 or 80. So a long way to go in Pennsylvania. And I think it's going to come down. I said this weeks ago. I think it's going to come down to Pennsylvania. From what I can tell, everything CNN, their lower thirds and stuff, it says simply close race, could be decided by Arizona, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, which tells me, without hearing the sound, even though they haven't called it yet, Florida's going to Trump, North Carolina's going to Trump, Ohio, there's still a chance. Texas is going to Trump. Maybe there's still a shot at Georgia if we're lucky, a slight chance, but it's going to come down to
North Carolina
Wisconsin.
is less than 60,000 votes apart right now, just so you're aware, at 94%. So North Carolina
that would be a huge win. That would change everything.
The last 6% that came in Pennsylvania seems like it went exclusively to Trump. Trump's currently at 55%, Biden at 42 with 46% of the vote in. But that was
again, that's all in between the state, in between the cities.
I know. I'm just saying that the last 6% that came in was all Trump.
Did they say what counties those were? Do you happen to know?
I didn't even look that close. I'm just looking at the overall state
If
numbers.
you look at the map, Leah, through these counties, it's all of the western counties. I mean, Biden's going to win. If Biden wins Pennsylvania, just like every other Democrat that's won the state for the most part, he's going to have to win Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, Allentown, and Erie. Erie just flipped back to Trump right now.
We
still don't have a ton of votes there.
What's that, Alex?
Can you see how he's doing in? You were just rattling off in Pennsylvania. Can you see how like Erie County or like Lackawanna?
Yeah, Lackawanna's a big one. So Scranton, where Biden grew up, that is Lackawanna County. So I would really be interested to see what Lackawanna's numbers are if we
Yeah,
can.
so Scranton was blue for a while. I don't know what it is now.
See, I think Pittsburgh would go to Trump.
I do too.
No way.
Pittsburgh,
Never.
Pittsburgh is
Pittsburgh
going
is
to
good.
No way that'll
right
go to
now.
Trump.
Not Pittsburgh, Allegheny County will.
Allegheny-
That is Pittsburgh.
That's not
Pittsburgh.
all of. It's not all of Pittsburgh. It's not all of it. There's the
Well, the
outskirts of
city's
it.
in Allegheny County, but it may spill over the metro area.
Yeah,
Right.
it's huge. It's one of the biggest counties.
But
in-
there's more.
Yeah, but the
people in
county has
Pittsburgh
always
than
gone
anything
Democrat.
outside. Yeah,
Always.
it's always going to be Democrat.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Where did it go? Where did it go in
Right now,
2016? I actually don't know.
It went Hillary. Right now,
go
Biden's
Hillary?
winning that by like 70%.
So just so
Okay,
everybody
well,
knows,
then
on
I
the
will
map,
admit I was wrong.
Allegheny County is the bottom left of the state. That's where that is.
Okay.
Where it's blue. That's Pittsburgh.
Okay, I'm looking.
Okay.
Yeah. All right.
Now, right now,
I rescind my
Associated
comment.
The Associated Press has Joe Biden at 209 and Trump at 118 right now. Arizona not called, Iowa not called, Minnesota not called, Wisconsin, Michigan, Ohio, Pennsylvania, North Carolina. All those close states haven't gone either way yet, and they have Biden at 209 right now.
And if you look at North Carolina, there's still 15% of the votes where Winston-Salem is in that county. So, I mean, it's tight. It's improbable. Greensboro, Raleigh all have 10% of the votes to count yet.
It's very possible that he
in the
flips
big
North
cities.
Carolina. It's close enough.
How many electoral votes is that?
15.
It's a big. North Carolina's a big one.
Big,
That's
15.
big.
Like they said, if
Yeah.
they can flip North Carolina, if Biden
If
can
he
flip
gets North Carolina and
it's almost
Arizona,
impossible.
if he
It's
gets
almost
North Carolina and
impossible.
Arizona, it's almost impossible for him to lose.
Right. If he gets both. But yeah,
No, all he needs is North Carolina to make it very difficult for Trump to win. Arizona would obviously be great, but if Biden gets North Carolina alone, it would be almost impossible numbers wise for Trump to win. But
I don't know what it means, but on FoxNews.com they had a probability meter, and it had the whole night. It had Biden probability of like 70% to win. Now there's nothing there, so I don't know what that means.
it means it's a lot closer than.
But
we
89. They have an 89% chance of Biden winning Arizona. The meter
85.
89.
Holy shit. I texted my family there. I texted them and I have no response.
73%
So
reporting, 53.6 to Biden, 45.1 to Trump right now in Arizona.
Yeah, it's
Like, that's a big win, dude. That's not a little win. That's a big
Yeah.
win.
3
Yeah.
years in a row. They've gone Republican, probably more.
three presidents in a row. Yeah.
Three
Well, it
presidents,
would be that would be so far he's holding up on the Clinton states, which wasn't many. Clinton, I mean,
No,
when Trump says that he won in a landslide, he's lying out his ass. But as far as the Electoral College goes, there's a lot of red.
It looks like they're getting ready to call Ohio for Trump.
That
Ohio
looks
for
it's
Trump.
gonna go. Yep.
Yep.
North Carolina would be our only hope to really
Well, North
make
Carolina
it very
and
difficult.
Pennsylvania. Yeah, North Carolina and Pennsylvania.
The thing is, if Biden doesn't need North Carolina or Pennsylvania, but if he gets North Carolina, he definitely doesn't need Pennsylvania,
Right.
which would make things. Because I think we're going to know North Carolina tonight. We're not going to know Pennsylvania until tomorrow or even the next day, most likely. So to have a little bit of relief, it would be great to know that he wins North Carolina.
I want him to win Pennsylvania because I don't think I can live in the state again twice in a row.
No, it's like
it's that bad. Ick.
Where are you going to go, Leah? Jersey taxes are through the fucking roof. Where do we go?
I don't know. I would say Florida, but those assholes with Jeff, but those assholes voted for Trump.
No
So
mask
that's
in
the majority
Florida,
of yours
you get
down there.
corona.
California. We have to go to California.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah. Seattle. Well,
We have to just sleep on the desert because you can't afford California.
yeah,
either.
we can't afford California.
We were talking about Pittsburgh really quick, and one of the articles I read, which kind of led me to say that, well, I kind of have this feeling that Pittsburgh would go to Trump, the Pittsburgh area. There's an article in the Guardian from September. Could Western Pennsylvania win Trump a second term? And I guess Beaver County, which is 40 miles outside of Pittsburgh, bordering Ohio and West Virginia was a former stronghold for the Democrats, and Trump won it by almost 20% in 2016. Mm-hmm. So I just wonder how much of that, what spots in that area will he get? Which this article seems to believe is potentially possible, but from the look of our map here, it doesn't look like there's any kind of remote possibility of that.
He'll win Western Pennsylvania. He just won't win Pittsburgh.
I lived in
Pittsburgh has as many people as Western Pennsylvania combined.
I lived in Pittsburgh for 2 years, and every time I went to a bar, they played Bachman Turner Overdrive, taking care of business. So I know for a fact. Biden's taking Pittsburgh.
Yeah. So mathematically, based on the current projected map that we have, if any of the projected states, I think there's only 4 right now: Maryland, Minnesota, Iowa, Arizona. If those 4 actually confirm Biden, there goes Iowa. If the 4 that I just mentioned all go Biden, we would only need 30 more electoral votes to go Joe Biden, and we're good. And that's assuming that Nevada goes Trump.
Fox News just called Arizona.
Dude, listen, you're only talking about literally 800 votes in Iowa that just flipped.
It just flipped real time for me.
Right.
Chris at that moment had just put up the thing. I think she just corrected it.
And also, it looks like just to button that up, in Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh resides, it looks like while Biden is up by huge numbers, 80% to 20, or 79 to 19, there's a population of 1.2 million approximately, but only 17% of that has been counted. So,
which again is another one that you're going to expect to go gigantic to Biden.
We're talking, we're talking hundreds of thousands of vote difference. Biden compared to Trump. That's between that and Philadelphia. That's where he makes up the gap and takes a pretty sizable lead, especially since we're assuming this year that most of the early votes that we're seeing are coming from the rural counties. So I think Pennsylvania is going to swing Biden. I really do.
I hope you're right.
I do too. That would be a huge win. That would make things a lot easier. I just don't think we're going to know for a while. So I would love to see Michigan start to change here. It's not looking good in Michigan. So that means we have to win Wisconsin, and Wisconsin is close. And I think once the mail-in vote is counted there, I think we can swing Michigan too. But man, this is not what I was hoping.
No,
either way, this
is what I expected. But real quick on the Pennsylvania thing, just so you know how moronic some people in PA are. Man coming to vote in slate belt accidentally shoots self in car, authority says.
Was it? Did he shoot himself in the dick like that Twitter thread?
I bet you it was in Pennsylvania. I bet you that much.
Yeah, well, it was in Washington Township in Northampton County. Accidentally shot himself with a handgun in a car just after 7:30 in the parking lot of the polling place. The man was treated at an area hospital for non-life-threatening wound. It doesn't say exactly where he shot himself, but and he got. I guess they had to arrest him because it says it's the law. He said, "I just wish him a speedy recovery." So some more.
Hey y'all, my computer's dying, and I gotta go get nervous with my wife for the next 6 hours. This was a fucking blast, everybody. I appreciated the conversation. Tune in to Big Facts tomorrow, y'all.
Take care, Justin.
Thank you.
All right, man.
Bye,
Thank
Justin.
I'll admit when I'm wrong. It appears that Donald Trump has taken a huge lead in Idaho.
So a huge lead, like 50 votes, right?
Like almost 100,000 votes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, Jeff. You had mentioned that you think it's going to swing for Biden. It certainly could, especially when you consider the Philadelphia area and Pittsburgh still being question marks, and the amount of people that could represent as far as total votes. But looking at it now, it's still looking questionable. Trump's ahead by 500,000 votes, just about, with 50% of the vote in. And if you add up all of those rural, counties, all those counties around the state that are not those two big, lightning rod points, with him ahead as it is, I don't know. This is a big question mark, is all I'm saying. Pennsylvania is still a big question mark.
It's scary.
Well, this is. I mean, the map looks normal for Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
And
Exactly
Pennsylvania,
the same
this is what the map looked like when Obama won, the second time, if I remember correctly. So again, it all comes down to the cities. It's just normally the cities are being counted at a faster pace than they are this year. So one of the points I'll make here is that 50% of the vote in Pennsylvania is counted, but only 17% in Pittsburgh and 13% in Philadelphia. And I don't even know about the suburbs there, but there's a lot of people in those suburbs of Philly, Bucks County, Chester County, which Biden is currently leading in, it looks like.
Yeah.
So there's so much of the population is left in there. I would say that they're probably fairly close to counting some of those smaller rural counties. What do you think, Alex?
I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at the way I'm looking at this right now. I'm also pulling up on Penn Live just a couple of the congressional races, and a lot of the vote. I mean, Chrissy Houlihan, for example, she represents the city of Reading, and it's like southeastern Berks down into all of Chester County. I mean, her precinct alone, there's not even 30% overall the vote counted. So
really?
Yeah, it's super early. I'm just trying to slice the numbers in a couple other ways beyond the presidential, just looking at other races, and yeah, it's super it's way too early in a lot of these to even be declaring a lot of these races yet. So it's going to take some time for all the votes to be counted in these more populous areas of the state, like we're saying. So yeah, it's I don't know if they'll get it done tonight in the morning. I don't know. I'm not sure of the process. I don't know if they take a break at all or they just keep on counting until they have them all counted or not.
They better not take a break.
Bucks County.
They might have to like do 24/7. Others don't. Like they might have to rotate people in and out or something. I don't know how exactly how that whole process works. But
I think they do. They rotate them.
Bucks County 12%. That's a neighbor. Philadelphia 12%.
Yeah.
Counted. That's close though. That one's close.
I just want to update you. He wasn't arrested. It says the man was emptying his weapon so he wouldn't have a loaded gun in the polling station when it fired. And he was, because he can carry, he wanted to take for some reason an unloaded gun and shot himself. Just wanted to state that retraction.
Also, it looks like Martha McSally, what's his name? Bullock in Montana. It looked like they have some pretty surprising, pretty good leads.
Yeah.
Really awesome. I was looking for that Bullock one tonight.
Still need to pick up another seat somewhere. But
Arizona. Oh yeah, you just said that.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Martha McSally.
But Alabama flipped for.
Yeah, we knew that was going to happen. That's unfortunate, but.
But then we're talking. Georgia looks like we might be doing all right with that.
Yeah, but that's not the race I was expecting. I was expecting the one that Jordan mentioned too.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's wild.
Did that one tighten up at all?
54 to 43, 69% of the votes. So, other votes. I wish I could just get this Mitch McConnell one. Every time I scroll down, I'm like, this motherfucker. But,
So there's some sort of breaking news in Detroit. Let me mute myself and see what they're saying.
For anyone that is curious, Madeline Dean, who is running against Kathy Barnetta, Madeline Dean is winning 70% of the vote to 29% of the vote for the Republican.
Yeah, so, I'm seeing that too. Also, Mary Kay, essentially the four congresswomen referred to as Pennsylvania's Fab Four.
Yeah.
Looks like they're all in good position. That would be Chrissy Houlihan, Mary Kay Scanlon, Madeline Dean, and Susan Wild.
Yeah.
They're all looking in very good position to be all reelected back to Congress.
Which would be wonderful.
Absolutely.
Rolling back to Idaho, I find it kind of interesting that Donald Trump is apparently confirmed as an Idaho win with a 47.3% of the vote, where Joe Biden has 50%. Granted, that's only 34% of the state reporting. So again, it just adjusted on me. 50.9 Donald, 46.4 Joe. So never mind, everything I just said is validated.
But Biden is destroying Boise.
Absolutely. Blue Boise.
Yeah.
Yep. Although Custer County,
that's pretty much the only blue part of the state, though. But it is I believe the largest city in the state as well.
Yeah. It's the only one that shows up on the map here.
Yo, Twin Falls has an appreciable amount of people. Okay,
that's true.
I'm not saying there's not other cool parts of Idaho or anything like that. I'm just saying it's the largest. It's the largest. I know it's the largest city.
Yeah, Boise's blue. Let's be real.
Well, I believe it's is Boise the capital?
It is. Yes.
There you go. It's kind of like Austin. Like Austin in Texas is blue, but not inherently the rest of Texas is. But it's the capital and also has the university there.
Hey, did you guys want to talk about something on the controversial side?
Sure.
Yeah, let's start bringing up some other stuff here.
Yeah, let's go.
While we're waiting, some of these results are going to take a while yet.
Yeah.
Well, so you guys played that Twitter video earlier today that Jeff had found where the woman seemingly was surrounded by these apish Trump supporters threatening her, etc. She then demanded that the police arrest them, go after them. The police didn't seem to respond to her commands. And I heard you guys comment on it.
Yeah.
So I have two questions. Number one, I have not had a chance to seek out any additional information on that video or any additional background on it. So there may be some that I'm not aware of. One thing that I can say is being the sort of, at least for our show, being the voice on the other side, or at least for the strong voice in the center, I find that there is a way to spot provocateurs. And I think that this woman who was the person being, heckled by all these Trump supporters and, being threatened and stuff, she was seemingly fanning the flames as much as possible. There's a couple of clear-cut things that provocateurs do these days when these type of videos surface. One, and I really want your opinions on this. I'm just giving you my observations on it, and that got my head thinking that maybe not so innocent. I don't think this woman was just some random chick with a Joe Biden bumper sticker that these apes jumped out of the trees and decided to attack.
Why?
Okay, so here's the things that make me think she certainly had an agenda with what she was trying to get captured on this film. The first thing, she immediately started filming everyone, which in and of itself doesn't necessarily mean anything, but she's filming everyone around her, and she's telling them that she feels physically threatened. She's saying that they're committing a crime against her, and then the real clincher for me was when she finally did interact with the police. The first thing she did was start commanding the police to act, saying, you need to go arrest those people. You need to go get those people. They did this to me and they did that to me. You need to go get them. Why aren't you getting them? Police aren't doing anything. And I just thought, look, when you deal with the police, okay, they come, because I've dealt with the police plenty of times. They come, they get your statement, okay? When they're making their report, they get your statement, they figure out what was going on, and then if they think there is just cause to go seek out the people that were doing said thing to you, they make that determination and they go seek it out. This woman was just snapping her fingers and saying, okay, go arrest them. That's not the way it works. That's not the way it happens. So it seems like these people are deliberately challenging toward the police, and they also are trying to get the police on film not acting in the way that they should. And I just felt like this woman, regardless of if you think she was brave for standing up the way she did, you could make an argument that she was. You could also make an argument, and I would agree with you, that these crazy Trump supporters were like fucking wild animals. But I think this woman herself was absolutely stoking the flames of that situation to get something captured on videos. And I just saw some of the hallmarks of these other very obvious attempts that we've seen over the past few months of people trying to get this caught on film to document the police state that we're in, or the fascist regime that has these out of control cops and blah, 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 blah. So I'm giving you my initial observation on that. What do you guys think about that other idea being injected into the whole scene?
I think it's probably possible. I think you're probably very right. I think she maybe did have an agenda. I mean, she was wearing I believe she was wearing an RBG t-shirt. I don't care. These people were out of line. This was a 20-year-old girl in the car with, I believe, another female, from what I could hear. They were bear maced. This was a crowd of people. This was 2 girls in 1 car pulled over by at least 3 that we can count of separate vehicles in that parking lot.
Mm-hmm.
It does not matter what, like, short of that girl, pulling a gun on them or whatever. I don't know that there's anything that can even say it doesn't matter. And when it comes to the police, she did try that. If you notice, it's not the whole part with the police. And what I think happened, by the time she's talking to the cops, she's saying, like, they just bear maced us. You're letting them leave. She turned the camera back on when she says you're letting them leave. There's a jump cut there. So clearly something happened in between the cops getting there. And that happened.
And you have to question why that gap was there.
You do have to question why that gap was there. Maybe the gap was there, though, because she thought she was going to tell her story to the cops, and the cops blew her off. Because what I witnessed when I was watching that video is exactly that. The cops had 0 interest in what she was saying. They did laugh at her. And then when she laughs at them and the ridiculousness of these officers that are sworn to protect and serve, completely ignoring it, the one cop says, well, we don't know what's going on here. And she's like, I just told you twice. I told you what's going on here.
Her telling them didn't make it fact.
But they're also
not going to go arrest someone based off of that.
No,
but they should have taken a report.
They didn't take a report. They let the other people leave. You don't let somebody leave a scene of a crime. If you were to punch me in the face and nobody saw it and I called the cops, I'd be pissed off if those cops walked away after you punched me in the face. They can't do that. They need to know what's going on. These cops clearly let her go.
They need to talk to both sides.
Well, certainly they should. But in other words, I don't know at what point these people left and there was no action whatsoever from the cops or no attempt from the cops to even get anything from those people. Because remember, that you spoke about that gap being there. The next thing we know is she's just talking to the cops. So I don't know what ensued in the meantime. All I'm saying is her saying something happened and her saying, go arrest them. Why didn't you go arrest them? They did this to me, which.
Well, again, she never said, she never said arrest them. She said, they committed a crime. Don't let them leave. Mm-hmm. They committed a crime. Don't let them leave. Those were her words. She never said go arrest them.
I just thought she was being very, very much giving orders to the cops. It sounded like to me, and that's what stuck out to me though, Jeff. That's why I'm pointing it out. Yeah. Is that in a lot of these provocateur videos, you see the citizen, the person trying to pose as the innocent citizen, being very confrontational with the cops and basically trying to set them up to look like they're not taking any kind of action. So I would have really liked to know, though, like what happened right before this shit broke out, because I guarantee you it wasn't this chick driving along in her Dodge Neon with a Biden sticker on and that's all she did. Guaranteed that was not.
I don't guarantee it. I don't guarantee that at all. I really don't. I think these Trump supporters have proven time and time again, the type of Trump supporters, I'm not lumping them all together, but the type that were in that parking lot, they have proven they have no problem doing shit like that.
No, but what are the odds that the woman that they happen to do it to, this random victim with just a bumper sticker or whatever, what are the odds that she is so prepared to deal with that situation and make a perfect little documentation of it? To me, it smelled like something other than what we were seeing on the video. I guess that's my larger point here, is that it seemed like there was layers to this that you weren't seeing in this video.
I think there's always layers, just like with any police shooting. There are layers that we're not seeing, but once a crime is committed and once violence happens, it doesn't matter what led up to it.
That part's true. And also, there's no justification. I don't care what she did or what she said. There was no justification for the way the Trump supporters were acting. They were acting in a very menacing, threatening, animalistic way. I don't excuse them one little bit. I do potentially excuse the police, though, and I don't think that they were just these terrible excuses for human beings and terrible excuses for cops, because there was so much of that situation we didn't have all the facts on. So
I would like to. I think you're right. I'd like to know what happened.
Okay, so let me just hop in, because then I got to take a quick break. I've been on for a while now. I just got to let out the dog and stuff like that. So I watched CNN's. They kind of went around to some of the key states that are left: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and it's a little bit comforting. We think they think Wisconsin's gonna switch to blue, but all the votes aren't going to be counted. They're estimating until 5 a.m. And
wow.
they're probably not going to call it before every single vote is counted.
So we're staying up.
The state or the election itself?
The state.
Okay.
The state, but Wisconsin would be a huge win for Biden, obviously. And if Wisconsin's like that early, we're not talking so Pennsylvania is way. A lot can still happen in Pennsylvania. Let's just say that. Michigan, the big question was Detroit. It didn't seem like Biden was performing a whole lot, very well in Detroit, but they're still waiting on a ton of votes to get counted and even brought there. So there could be a major shift in Michigan yet too. So it's still very early in those states, which means it's even earlier in Pennsylvania. And I think Justin mentioned that they were getting ready to call Ohio, but they haven't called it yet. It doesn't look like.
Okay.
Right.
Still a chance.
So I'm gonna step away just for a second. You guys keep it going. I'm gonna let the dog out and get myself another stiff drink.
What if we all just stay quiet till Jeff gets back?
Yeah.
Well, the three people watching that, one of them Wags, will get very bored. I don't want her to leave. Well, it's already down. Look, you already scared one away. We're down to 2.
That was just me watching. Someone explain to me what would happen if they neither get to
270.
270. Yes. What happens then?
That's a very good question.
Alex is probably good to explain that.
I believe the vote then goes to the House of Representatives after that.
I think you're right.
Yeah, that's like you can. I believe that's written into the Constitution itself. That kind of stuff. But it starts to get a little quirky because I've heard discussions where it's not inherently just like a one standard vote as you would do in the House. It's like by number of the state delegations. So it's essentially more who has the more number of states, which in that case, Trump will have a slight lead in that case. And that, it starts to spin crazy out of control. It's only happened like twice, I think, in the whole history of the Republic. And both times were like before the Civil War and whatnot. So it starts to get very complicated. It starts to get a little bit more complicated as you go. But I believe that the next step is it goes to the House.
Yeah, just as an informational on what Alex is saying to what our 2 listeners. If there is a 269, it does go to the House. At which point it becomes each individual House of Representative makes their vote, and then we'll just use Florida for instance. 29 votes there. You need 15 to create a majority in Florida. So let's just say it's red right now. So 15 go Trump, 14 go Biden. Trump wins the entire state of Florida, and so on and so forth. And every state has a minimum of 3, right? Oh, wait, no. Sorry, it's just House, so it's just a minimum of 1. So the Wyoming vote is, in essence, stronger than the Floridian vote. And then once the House is done, there is, from what I understand, I only listened on a short thing on this. I think either this morning or yesterday morning on my way to work. There's still a potential for a tie within the House in the same manner. So from there, it moves to the Senate in the same fashion, but in this case, it's 2 votes per state, which could lead to yet another tie. And then from there, I believe it's a Supreme Court decision, but I highly doubt anyone has planned or even theorized the idea of it going from, popular vote to House to Senate and then finally there. So I think, it comes down to the whole House of Representatives, and that leads to my whole personal hatred of the Electoral College and its current form. I do believe it's useful. I do not believe the popular vote is properly representative of every state. I just think that the representative vote and therefore the Electoral College should be representative of what the Founding Fathers believed to be the maximum number of votes per delegate. So I think it was 50,000 residents per representative, and therefore that many number per delegate, plus 2 for the Senate. And right now, some states are looking at like 750,000 residents per delegate, which is insane. So it kind of disproportionately affects those communities, and at the same time, I can see the fight to try and help those in the more rural communities. But at what point? Like you still gotta find that happy balance of representing the rural community versus the urban community.
Right.
See, I kind of look at it like it's never made any sense to me because, yeah, I understand. Like, okay, we don't want California to have some ridiculous undue influence when a state with much less population doesn't, has a totally different outlook on life or whatever. Look at it this way: it's a free country. Yeah, any American can go where they want and live where they want. So it's not like a person in Wyoming or a person in Nebraska can't move wherever in the country they want to move. My whole thing is, if a large portion of Americans have clustered in a place like California and have extremely liberal views, then there is a large portion of Americans who have those liberal views. I always looked at it like this: an American living wherever they lay their head that night, that's where they exist in this moment in time. But their American opinion should still count the same for a decision made for America. So I've never understood the need
electoral
for electoral college beyond, like in modern times, of course.
In modern times. And on top of that, I feel like at this point, like when you take the landmass, for instance, of Alaska versus that of Europe, it's nearly the same. So when you talk about America as a whole, you think, all right, maybe we should be segregating our country as several separate countries. Obviously, in the current landscape, that is not something we can do, nor are we equipped to divide our country into several different countries. So as of right now, we have to deal with the unfortunate necessary evil that is the Electoral College. But at the same time, you got to determine, all right, the vote of the Wyoming populace, of which is somewhere around 600,000, give or take 50,000, weighs as much as 1/50th of that of California, which is easily 75 times that of Wyoming. So Wyoming's vote weighs that much in comparison to California.
So that's a big
But
problem.
each individuals could weigh the same if there was no electoral college, no matter where they resided in any given moment. Sorry, Leah.
So with the electoral college, what the problem is that it's not really representative of the state even. Like California has so many more people, and you would think that they should have, I don't know, if they're going to do it the way they're doing it, give California 200.
Last I saw, California was to be divided by effectively 3 different districts: southern, central, and northern.
Which is ridiculous to me. Again, like what Sterner said, I'm a believer in the popular vote. However, there is this documentary on Amazon Prime that I had started watching. I didn't finish it. I was just looking for the name of it. And it's about the Electoral College. It's about why it's there and why we need it. It was definitely right-leaning. I mean, the people interviewed were right-leaning. But they made a point of saying, like, without the Electoral College, there is no Abraham Lincoln. And it makes sense as to why it used to work. It does, right? Like,
it also speaks, though, Leah, to the fact that the states are not as separate as I think a lot of people would like to believe at this point. Like, we are very much a melting pot of Americans, just happen to be located in different places. I get the idea that, like, well, we don't want those. We don't like think of us like Europe. If each state was its own country, then it's like, well, we don't want that country having all the say over what the rest of us do. But in America, that's really not how it is. The states don't even have their own individual I want to be careful how I say this. It's not like each area doesn't have its own culture. They do. But at the same time, there's not that much difference between somebody living in New Jersey versus Pennsylvania versus Georgia versus Nebraska. Like the American way of life, the life that we're all living is not that much different from each other with some difference. Of course there's some difference, but I just don't think that our identity as a country is really so much tied into the state that we live in as maybe it used to be.
Well, Sterner, I would agree with that. But unfortunately, our political landscape has become some weird polarized version of these, 5 or 6 hot topic things that we need to talk about.
Right.
And again, as much as the Electoral College does make sense on a smaller scale, again, based on the Founding Fathers, each representative and therefore each, Electoral College member is based on a very small number of people in relation to what we have now, 50,000-ish people. There's a point at which we stopped that cap. Mm-hmm. And that's why we're at the point where some states are sitting at like 750,000 people per representative, per Electoral College member. There's a meme here, Chris, that wanted me to share. It's a Founding Father goes, "We must always have an Electoral College and 2 senators per Senate." And then a person's like, "Okay, but what if 40 million people live in California?" Mm-hmm. And then the Founding Father spits out the T prepared by a slave and is like, "There's how many people in what?"
Right.
They're just like, what the hell? Because honestly, like coming from South Dakota, there's not a single soul in South Dakota unless they are a collegiate student that is going to vote against the Republican Party. Like you can click on South Dakota right now, and that little blue square that's in the bottom left corner is the county where University of South Dakota is,
right?
Where I went to school. Like that's it. I don't know what the hell that dark blue county is in the middle of South Dakota. I can only assume that is one of the reservations. That's it.
That makes sense.
Is as red as humanly possible. There's not a soul that will switch to the other side for the next foreseeable future. They are a completely separate country. All of these people, mostly in the central U.S., are just a different way of life, just like a completely different country. And we're at a point where there's never going to be a proper representation of that populace of people, because you're looking at the coastal states.
Well,
what was that?
Here's
no matter what model you use, there's going to be a lack of representation for those.
Right. There's always going to be a lack of representation, and that's why I personally believe the United States needs to be divided into separate countries at some point in time. I'm not saying civil war. I'm saying a reasonable decision.
Uncoupling, I believe is what they call it.
Exactly. Yeah, a reasonable decision. We are too big to properly represent ourselves.
I hear that.
Coastal states are their own. As you can see, Washington, Oregon, California, they're 100% different than North Dakota, South Dakota, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma. Like the whole center of the country is 100% different than the coasts.
Absolutely.
Of the country. There needs to be that division, because they are no longer represented by the section of life that they live.
See, I would be very frightened of that, and maybe I'm just negative, but I would be very frightened of that, because it's like, okay, even if you separated America in 2 or in 3, there's going to be one area. Let's say it's 3. There's going to be one area somewhere, maybe in the middle, that's kind of like the melting pot still. But you're going to get like on the California end, or maybe you could say like on the New York, northeast end, you're going to get some areas where it's like so hyper extreme left that you start living in something that doesn't feel very American at all anymore. And then in the more religious areas, you could have potentially a major power grab from religious elements that would turn that area of the country into a very scary place to live. So,
and as unfortunate as that may be, it should be something more like, the European Union, these countries are somewhat different, although mostly the same. Let's be honest, the European Union is basically America.
Mhm.
But if you just let the people of those sections that are similarly or like-minded, rather, govern themselves and leave it be, and you just simply have like an open commerce for the sake of economy, because at the end of the day, that's the only thing any of us, for some reason, give a shit about.
Right.
You just let those people do their own thing. Like, for instance, the Middle East has some pretty extreme overall views for their countries, driven by some form of religion that most of us in the Western world do not agree with. But at the end of the day, that's not something we fight over. We fight over, obviously, oil.
Right.
But there's a lot of people stuck in that madness just by the circumstances of their geography that can't help being there.
The beauty of the United States is you just gotta move.
Yeah, you said it earlier, Sterner. You said it earlier. Americans can move to wherever, any part of the country they want to. If they want to succeed,
in theory,
similar to the European
Union,
Union, where they have an open passport amongst their borders because they are the European Union. They may not be a citizen of said country, similar to us, where we may not be a citizen of said state, but they can freely move about each other.
Right. It's a fair enough point. By the way, guys, you shouldn't feel too bad about our 2 or 3 watchers or listeners at this point, since this whole election coverage bit will be, according to current plan, be sort of amalgamated. I'm going to go for it into one episode of TEET, which will air next week. So that'll have significantly more views and listens than are currently looking at us on Facebook at this very moment. So don't feel too bad. Your efforts are not being wasted.
Okay, so I want to throw something out to everybody on the topic of being more representative of the people and just, you know, apropos of the election today, and we are electing, people tend to forget there's a whole down ballot beyond the presidential race. I read this article from 2 years ago. It's from 2018 from time.com. It's called How to Fix the House of Representatives in One Easy Radical Step. And essentially the crux of the article talks about how and why, it makes a case for why the House of Representatives should be ballpark about twice the size of what it is right now. Because the way, as Ben was talking about, how, you know, when the founding fathers originally wrote the Constitution, a congressional district would represent ballpark 50,000 to 100,000 people, maybe, and how now districts are comprising of 750,000 residents instead. It makes the case that, you know, so we do redistricting every 10 years, and every 10 years, we also conduct the census.
Yes.
And therefore, and then
we redistrict. It's through the census.
Yes, that's why we redistrict after we conduct our census, and we base it off the numbers that we just calculate off the census. So since from the founding of the country up until, I believe it was if I remember the article correctly, the 1930s or early 40s, every 10 years they just kept adding seats according to how much population growth and whatnot. And then in the 30s or 40s they capped it. They said 435 is the magic number, and from now going forward we will reapportion that 435. So one state may lose seats, another state may gain seats. Pennsylvania has, in the past couple redistricting, lost each time, every 10 years, lost a seat or two here or there. Ohio has, elsewhere in the Rust Belt, all sorts of good stuff. So anyway, the article makes the case that we should not be, what if we, instead of just shifting the numbers around, you know, +1 here, -1 there, and so forth, what if we uncapped it again and started adding seats to make it more representative of the size of the district that the founding fathers envisioned originally, in the ballpark of a 50 to 100,000 resident size of a district, instead of what we're now facing, which is 500,000, 750,000, stuff like that. And therefore, you know, that would also therefore reflect in the Electoral College, because instead of getting just that 1 seat for your House district plus the 2 for your Senate, maybe South Dakota gets 5, whereas North Dakota gets 4, and Wyoming gets 6, something like that. It would be slight. You might get just a little bit more representation in terms of size in difference between those smaller states. Plus, the larger states would get a bit more weight in their own right because they wouldn't have these as many huge, humongous districts. They would have more, and therefore that would also shift the number of seats overall. It's an idea I'm throwing out there. We like to think that the way our government is worked is as though it's written in stone, like it's the 10 Commandments brought down from the mountain. Mm-hmm. Everything that it must be 50 states, 9 Supreme Court justices, 2 senators per state. We can never add another state. We've only done that how many more times beyond the 13 original colonies, and right. According so forth and so forth. So, that's something I've thought about a lot in terms of where we are. Like, how do we make America more reflective of America? Just throwing it out there for everyone.
And to build off of that, Alex, simply creating the standard of representative per X capita number of people would truly create a representation per person, right? Every person's vote based on their chunk is the same. It's not going to be like in California where it's like 750,000 people equals one person, and then that same number over in Wyoming equals 1. Like,
right.
It's not going to be disproportionate based on the fact that California is more dense and Wyoming's not. It's going to be properly proportionate. Where
it allows states of all sizes to become more reflective of their actual population, big and small.
But the reason that's not going to happen is because a lot of those Republican states, that they depend on those electoral votes. They just do. It's that simple. And they're never going to, I don't think, agree to something like that because they have the advantage. I mean, they really do. They are definitely represented more than California is.
Of the electoral college,
they their own power by definition by adding more seats to the House. Current representatives they'd be losing power because they'd only be one of even more and more as the body grew. But essentially, this article said if we would have just kept growing if we never would have capped it and kept growing, we'd be at about ballpark 850 to 900 House of Representatives, which
that's great.
Very interesting.
Right.
More brains in the room,
And since the inception of the Electoral College and the State of Representatives, it was always intended to continually grow and properly represent your people. It was never to create the system that we have now where the weight of one state is greater than the other. Mm-hmm. However, it may look that way in some people's eyes. But that's why we have a
House and a Senate.
That's only because, exactly, the House and the Senate. You will always have, as far as Electoral College goes, a number of votes equal to your number of representatives plus Senate representatives, so total delegation. And on top of that, your smaller states then have a proportionate weight, no matter what, if the number of people under one representative is equal amongst all states.
Right.
The point of the checks and balances between the Senate and the House of Representatives was House of Representatives, they knew that the more populous states were going to have more representatives. Mm-hmm. And then that's why all bills start there and then go to the Senate, because then the Senate, as an equal representation by 2 per state, can check anything that might not be right in their eyes based on the House of Representatives, which is a range of people per state.
And this is why the Electoral College is such a problem too. Back to that, it's because a state like Wyoming, huge state. I mean, it's pretty big, but there's 5 people in the whole damn thing. I don't know exactly how many electoral votes they have, but they should get 1. You know what I mean? So they have 3. Is that what it is?
3.
So they're 3. Granted, California has 38? Is that right in California?
It's 55. Texas has 38.
Okay, Texas is 38. So
it's number per representative plus 2 for your Senate. Everyone gets 2 for the Senate plus number of representatives. Unfortunately, Wyoming only gets 1 representative, so their total is 3.
Their total is 3. But still, that seems high. To me, if they were going by...
Right, there's only 10 people in Wyoming.
Yeah, exactly. So why do?
But everyone gets an
people...
automatic one. But like you said, the problem is that like Wyoming being barely over 500,000 people,
right,
is
so that
3 votes
people
versus
has
California's 55, which is like equivalent to what is it, like 30, 40 million people for the whole state?
Exactly. So that's my point. Like these 10 people in Wyoming have a much louder voice than the entire state of California.
Oh
Well,
yeah, if you were to
why
have the senators from all the like middle of the country, like all the states with like 1 million or fewer residents and whatnot, if you add all those, like the tilt of the senators that represent like sub the population of Philadelphia or something like that, just the city proper. They have such an outsized influence with the number of senators that represent that small amount of people throughout the country.
Exactly.
And its initial inception was meant to protect those smaller states like Wyoming. That's why they get. That's why the Electoral College is built to be. You get both your representation by Senate and House of Representatives. That way, if you are a smaller populous state, which should be equally represented by population in the House, you get your +2 that everybody gets from the Senate. That way, your voice has a slight kind of curve to it. However, the problem lies in the fact that we didn't maintain the House of Representatives equal amongst all states.
Right.
That's the problem, and that's why Wyoming's voice is
so
strong in comparison to the larger states. Albeit 3 doesn't sound like a lot, but 3 for 500,000 people sounds like a hell of a lot more than 55 for 40 million.
Which is also for anybody that doesn't understand the popular vote. That's how, the majority of Americans voted for Al Gore and Hillary Clinton, and they did not win. That's how, because states like Wyoming had a louder voice than the entire nation.
Well, in addition to the fact that gerrymandering can continue to happen, where you have the ability to have an equal representation based on population, but if you draw the districts just right, you could have a 50-50 of popular vote, but you end up with a 75-25 of representation.
Which is exactly what they did, I believe, in 2010 before the primaries. That was a big, was the last census. So yeah, it was.
So update, real quick. They just called Ohio for Trump. So it's it could still go either way.
Yeah,
he needs Biden would need Arizona. He would need Wisconsin and Pennsylvania, or Michigan and Pennsylvania. Really,
Wisconsin's not looking good for Biden at this point.
Well, no, they think that's going to flip. They're confident that's going to flip. There's a lot of votes left to be counted in Wisconsin, all from the major counties.
24%, I think. Is that what you see on your map? 24% left to come in?
Yeah, but most of those are in the major cities.
Yeah.
So they're expecting a huge surge of blue.
I could definitely see that scenario playing out in Pennsylvania, even though Trump is, again, you're 58% in Pennsylvania, and Trump's leading by 15% at this point. But again, you have those huge population centers which haven't been accounted for yet. So I could certainly see it happening there. Wisconsin, maybe a little bit less so, since you only have 24% of the vote left in to come. So even if it is in those major areas,
it's much closer there, though. It's only like 100,000 votes.
Yeah, I'm clicking.
And they still haven't called North Carolina. That's so close.
That's not looking good either, though. I think we have 6%. 6% left to go in, and Trump's ahead by 2%.
So as of right now, and I find this very difficult for me to grasp, because Hawaii, although says it is confirmed Biden, is 0% reporting. So like my mind's blown on that. But with the likely or leads Biden states of Maine, Minnesota, and Arizona, and you assume Nevada goes to Trump just for the sake of argument, Biden would need 33 more electoral votes, which could be any combination of the current swing states that have been constantly talked about of Iowa, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, or North Carolina.
Right.
So between those 5 states,
Pennsylvania's 20.
any combination of 2.
Right there.
Exactly. Any combination of 2, with the exception of Iowa, because I think it's only 6. Yeah. So any combination of 2, unless Iowa's involved, in 3, would secure the win for Biden. Most of those states, if I'm not mistaken, are only barely reporting. Oh, never mind. I am way behind the times on that one.
There's still a long way to go, and we can assume Clinton won Nevada. We can assume that Biden's going to perform just as well as Clinton there. So
right, and like I said, Nevada was completely ignored.
That would be big, for sure.
Do you think Trump still has a chance to come back in Arizona? Right now, it's not looking too good for him. I think there's about a 200,000 vote difference. 53% to 46% with 75% of the vote in. That'd be a hell of an uphill climb for Trump.
Here's the big thing. Even though they have 25% of the vote, he's way up in the county that Phoenix is in, and and Trump won that in 2016. I don't think he's going to be able to win that. So
I really think
Arizona does not look good for Trump.
That'd be a big win because he's taking away from Trump's map in 2016, and that's huge. That would make losing Michigan, much easier to handle.
That would be the biggest surprise for me so far. The Arizona thing I saw going completely different. So that's a surprise.
Even Arizona leaning blue right now is shocking me. It really, truly is. I did not see that coming. I didn't. And I think it's all, not all, but in part, the Cindy McCain ads. I've seen a ton of them. And according to my niece, she was like, I have to see that woman's face one more time on my TV screen. But I think it works because they do love John McCain and him being dead. If John McCain were still alive, I think it would go red. I do. I think it would go red.
For example, about Wisconsin, just so you guys know, even though 70, they were reporting over 50% of the vote. There's only reporting 36% of the vote so far in Milwaukee. So,
Milwaukee.
Yeah, and that's where most of the blue vote comes from in Wisconsin. So they're expecting Biden once those. And they're expecting some big chunks to come in soon, from what I understand. So we might see that shift sooner than later. And then it's going to be about, can he play, can he hold on?
Right.
Jeff, do you want to know what I think the irony of your hat is? I think that even though this is you are wearing it ironically to begin with as Make America Debate Again, as a playoff on the MAGA hat. However, anyone scrolling past this video on Facebook today, when you were on screen, when they were not looking too close, would have thought this was a pro-Trump video about the election, and the liberal folks among them might have scrolled past just because of your hat, sir.
I wonder how many Trumpers we sucked in.
Just for like a total of like 3 seconds. Like they're like,
yeah.
So they're talking about Iowa right now. So maybe Iowa's still in play. I don't know.
Can I ask a question of the group?
Yeah.
What in your opinion, does it say about our country that this wasn't a blowout?
Makes me sick, honestly.
After all that Trump has done, 2016, okay, he wasn't president, but in the 4 years he is president, he has done little to nothing policy-wise, and done nothing but be a racist, misogynistic, icky human being.
He's done some really big things, though, in the eyes of certain people. He's responsible in the eyes of many for what has happened with the Supreme Court, which many view as a good thing. I know you certainly don't agree with that. I'm just saying that in the eyes of many, making the Israel decision we talked about earlier, that was a very decisive thing to do. Taking on, at least appearing to take on China. in the way that he has, not being that political player, shooting from the hip, being a real guy. I just think that a lot of people in this country view Trump way differently than you do.
Absolutely.
And I know you know that. I guess I'm just saying that, like, when you guys think of Trump and when liberals think of Trump, they're absolutely, in large part, they're absolutely disgusted by him.
Mm-hmm.
But there are many people that see a leader and a hero in Donald Trump, and it's a great portion of this, a significant portion of this country that see him that way. So I guess it's just, what does it say about the country? It just says that we don't necessarily know America as well as we think we know America. We know the America that we happen to engage in very well, but we don't necessarily know the rest of the picture as well as we might like to believe.
And from that, like 4 years ago, I didn't vote. Didn't feel like I was informed enough. But from what I did know, I would have voted for Trump on the sole basis that he was not a typical corrupt politician, albeit I knew he was a corrupt businessman.
I would have voted for him too, man. If he hadn't made the comment about disqualifying or not allowing Muslims into the country, which was
I didn't know that
him
before the election. I knew that after the election. I found out afterwards when he started instituting all his many various bans in whatever way you want to put them.
I just mean that was the only, at that time, that was the only disqualifier for Trump for me. I would have considered voting for him all the way through had that not occurred.
Yeah, that was me then, and now, even now, like my vote, again, you can assume who I voted for, but I wholeheartedly believe that voting for the lesser of two 70-plus-year-old degenerate fucks is in no way representative of a proper democratic process. I don't believe either of these guys are in any way, shape, and form fit to run our country, and I feel like it is heresy. I feel like it is a insult to our founding fathers, to what makes America what it is, to choose the lesser of two evils, or to vote for the succession pattern of the lesser of two evils. Because one can assume that if you think the 77-year-old guy is going to be found as unfit for office, that the 74-year-old guy will also be found unfit for office. So you are purely voting for a succession pattern. And again, it is a mockery of what America was built on, what it stands for, and what I, at one point in time, thought I was fighting for.
Well, I don't like that. Well, actually,
I hated it.
You have a unique perspective on that that should be listened to. I think also, this idea of choosing the lesser of two evils, I really don't like it either. It's like, just because I choose the less shitty of a pile of two piles of shit doesn't mean that I haven't chosen shit.
Right.
So, it's like, but a lot of people think, well, if I vote for anything else, it'll be like I threw my vote away because nobody else has a chance. It has to be one of these two, so I might as well vote for one, or else my vote doesn't mean anything. I say
that's what maintains this problem in perpetuity.
Voice. You wouldn't say something you didn't mean. Why would you vote something you didn't mean?
That's a good point.
And that's why I made the decision. I can never be mad at myself for voting third party, because you know what? I voted for my ideals, and unfortunately the rest of the country does not see it that way. And that's not my fault. That's everyone else's fault.
Yeah, it is. You're absolutely right. And I think Sterner and I have had this discussion, and I think it's one thing we agree on. I, as a Jesse Ventura fan, I love his idea that you take the R and the D away from every candidate's name. Just get rid of parties. There is no reason to have political parties. And if we didn't...
Meaning on the ticket itself.
On the ticket itself.
Right.
If you, every single time a senator comes on any of these news shows or whatever, there's always an R or a D next to their name, or their name is in blue or red, right? Like, and we've become so divisive in this country that, like Jeff said, this is our Super Bowl. And when he said that, he meant it more in a way that, like, we're political junkies. But for a lot of people, I think this has become a sporting event. And you cannot have it's just I want my guy to win, my side to win, not even necessarily my guy. I just want my team to win, right? And that's a really dangerous way to look at things. And also, I think if we didn't have that, if you couldn't vote straight ticket, if you didn't know who was a Democrat and who was a Republican, these people that walk in there and do no research and vote straight R or straight D can't do that anymore. It's impossible to do that. It will force people to become educated. And I think that's one step in the right direction, a big one, I think.
And there's many ways to skin a cat, right? Like you said, the one step in the right direction is really removing that whole party affiliation. But another way would be to remove the forced maintenance of a party affiliation. And when I say that, it's something like where Joe Biden, as a really centrist Democrat at the end of the day, let's all be honest here. He did not pick Kamala Harris because she aligns with his ideals. He picked Kamala Harris based on the fact that she is of the same party, and then you have to add the additional minority pieces that she is a part of. So she caters to the current socio-political conversation that is happening in our country. And I'm not saying I'm against that. I'm absolutely for that. And it's a great thing. But at the same time, my first thought when he chose Kamala Harris was he picked her because she is a female and because she is of mixed race.
That's absolutely
and that is a 100% problem.
True.
And the next problem with it is both of these two geriatric fucks attack each other on a personal level.
Yep.
I could give two fucks what Hunter Biden does. Because at the end of the day,
he's not the president either.
Trump's wife is also of, I don't know, some kind of Eastern European. And therefore, you cannot discount the fact that he probably has some sort of tie to one of those many countries. And to constantly attack each other detracts from all of the actual points. To go back to a democratic process where winner becomes president, second place becomes vice president. You end up with a inherent checks and balances and the lack of personal execution, essentially.
That is something my senior year of high school, Mr. Russo's class, that was something he used to say all the time. That either there should be the president and vice president should be at different parties. They shouldn't pick a team. They shouldn't be a team. They should be overseeing each other. Their job should be to overlook each other. And that's not what's happening here. And if we did it that way, he used to say it, that's the way it should be done. First place.
To my understanding, that's why Barack Obama chose Joe Biden as a running mate, albeit he is Democrat, I believe. Granted, my limited knowledge of his political history, I believe he was mostly Democrat, but very center, if not slightly right-leaning for a Democrat.
He was always a Democrat, yeah.
But that's why Barack Obama chose him, because he was further to the right of himself. And that was meant to maintain a check within the presidency. And I can respect that 100%.
Yeah.
I feel like that should be something that is continued throughout multiple presidencies, whether or not you go to a system where winner is president and second place is vice or not. There should be some degree of, okay, I understand I need to be checked. So my running mate is someone of at least slightly opposing view to me.
Absolutely. And
real quick, Krista, what did they call Minnesota?
Yeah,
they called Minnesota a while ago.
They did.
I think they also called Iowa,
Montana.
Yep.
Okay. It looks like Maine it's finally leaning blue.
Yeah, it's leaning blue, but they haven't called it yet. Again, this is from the Associated Press. So
also, I'm watching. They're really focusing in on Georgia. Biden really cut into Trump's lead, so they must have got a big chunk of votes from Fulton County. They're really focusing on it a lot, so I'm assuming they think it's still in play for Biden.
Oh, Jesus God. I can't sit. I'm going to vomit. I can't sit through it. It's just so stressful.
He's got a lot of ground to make up, though.
What's really fascinating is, well, it's only about 200,000 votes, and Fulton County is only reporting 37%. Atlanta's a huge city. So what's really interesting is these congressional districts that are worth like one electoral vote, how big they are,
Right.
how important they are. The Nebraska one that Biden's in the lead, but Maine, Donald Trump's still in the lead. So it's like, I mean, we're talking a couple thousand votes, but these one or two electoral votes look like they're going to or could possibly make a difference. I don't think I've ever seen that in an election before.
No.
Fucking Nebraska. Who would have thought?
I'd like to pose a question that kind of pertains to everyone's like personal experience, somewhat. Just in a generalization, we don't need to go deep into it, but like for my adult life. I have not seen any true effect in my personal life as a probably, I guess, lower middle class individual living in now 3 states as an adult. I guess technically 4 or 5, depending on how you count it. And my tax burden is no different. My health care, granted I was military, but even post is no different. And at the end of the day, when you sit here and spout about taxes, which is kind of a big deal when it comes to the individual person at our level, is no different. My purview of the presidential election is, doesn't matter who's in office, 4 years will go by and nothing's going to affect my life.
Yeah.
So I know we've got a pretty diverse crowd here. I kind of want to hear, I guess, a generality of, have you felt like you've been truly affected by someone, or has just their, I guess, words been the only thing that's affected you?
Well, that's what I always say is it doesn't matter who's in office. I'm 40-year-old, 39-year-old white male. The only thing that's ever changed was Trump changed the tax plan, and I got a little more money back for my kids this year. Like, I've actually gotten a little more money back. But
strangely enough, as a single man with no kids, I actually brought home less from
that. Me too. I ended up owing a lot more as being self-employed.
I think it's a good question in the sense that I've always said on our show, essentially what happens is we go a little bit to the left, we go a little bit to the right, we come back a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right. Overall, that is the trend of what happens. And you could say, as frustrating as that is, it does speak to a bit of balance that we must have achieved for it to only go like this or whatever. There goes my bug zapper, Jeff. Anyway, I think if you look at it,
can I jump in real quick, Sterner, there?
Yeah, go ahead.
I will say, I can say, I know there's a lot of mixed opinions about the Affordable Care Act, aka Obamacare, but I and a number of individuals in my immediate family all benefited from the Affordable Care Act, and I'm not just trying to plug the ACA. Like, I think the law overall is kind of a Rube Goldberg machine in a lot of ways. I think it's needlessly complicated, and there's some good things, but there's also a lot of bad things about it. But I will say, like, I got to stay on my parents' health insurance for an extra year. I was able to buy affordable insurance for a bunch of years, and ultimately, even though the price point, Obamacare just kind of slowed the price growth, the cost growth year over year. Didn't make it. It didn't break it didn't bend the cost curve and make it go down, but it slowed it, and it was more affordable than it would have been otherwise. Thankfully, beginning this year, I started a new job, and health insurance is all taken care of through my employer and everything. But I was self-employed for the better part of a decade, and health insurance was always an issue. And I always had crazy life, just the catastrophic policies where it's like, if I get struck by a bus, they'll at least treat me at the emergency room kind of a thing. So that was, having that peace of mind was really a huge deal, because I travel a lot for work, working in media production and stuff. I would travel up and down between DC and New York all the time for work, and just the idea of like, oh, if I'm in a car accident on pick a fill in the blank interstate, like I'm not going to be absolutely just up shit creek fucked with hospital bills potentially. On top of that, my dad's been asthmatic since he was a little kid, just due to the fact that he grew up in northern New Jersey, where the air wasn't exactly always the cleanest, and he had two parents of the Mad Men generation who liked to smoke lots of cigarettes around the kids and stuff. Just how it happened. So ultimately, he has pre-existing conditions. He has for his entire life, essentially. AKA, he has a medical history. We all have a medical history. If you're born in America, you have a medical history. There's a birth certificate to prove it. For God's sake, I mean, come on. But the Affordable Care Act was passed like a year or two before he ultimately ended up having a heart attack back in, I think, 2011. Thankfully, it was very minor and everything. He's still with us, still rocking, still rolling, and all that good stuff. But that could have been like, oh, there goes my parents' retirement savings, all there, like voila. And that's like, it wasn't perfect for everyone across the board and whatnot. So I just want to say, I voted for Obama in the primaries in 2008. I voted for him in the general. I voted a straight ticket in 2008, 2010, all sorts of good stuff. Voting does make a difference. For maybe not even for you. Maybe it's a bank shot for other people and whatnot. So,
Alex, I think you bring up a good point. I think if you look at the Obama presidency, certainly the ACA had a major effect. I know for a fact that before my wife and I got married, that's the only way she could have afforded health insurance was because of the ACA. But you can go back, I mean, to say that, so Ben brings up a very valid point that like the whole machine goes a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right. That historically, that's what you see. But you can point out certain things about each president, like George W. Bush, irrevocably changed this country by instituting what had become a 15-year war over anti-Muslim hysteria around.
Let's be real.
Hold on. You can look back. Then, so we said Obama brought the ACA. That was his big one. Bush, the whole situation that we've got going on in Afghanistan and Iraq. You look back at Reagan and the war on drugs. How irrevocably did that alter the country? And I mean, Clinton maybe not as much, although he was very popular.
You can look at him with NAFTA and the loose garbage in NAFTA. That's really what Clinton is known for. He passed something that on paper and in simple terms was great, but at the end of the day, it ended up becoming something that
it's been a lot of manufacturing
against
Democrats for decades.
Exactly.
It's one of the big reasons Hillary lost, because she's literally married to the guy who gave away millions of people's jobs in the 90s.
And I come from a unique perspective where, healthcare wasn't an issue for me. I also come from an even greater unique perspective as a civilian where healthcare continues to not be a problem for me. So at the end of the day, I see no benefit there. I look at these tax reforms back and forth where at the end of the day, the salary or income threshold that you need to hit to actually be negatively affected by these tax reforms is so far from where I'm at that I'm like, okay, cool. I might at most end up in one bracket or the other, maybe 5-10 years from now. It's still not something that's going to affect me. And I'm like, so where's the issue here? I'm only looking at people's personal problems. So why am I affected in any way? I know I look at stuff like personal rights, if you will, such as gun control.
Right.
But even that, it's a lot of it still comes down to common sense. No one talks about meeting a negotiation pattern in it.
I have one.
Everyone's just either one way or the other. No one ever actually achieves that one way or the other. It always just ends up being, 4 years passed and nothing changed, with the exception of stuff like Reagan and his war on drugs, Clinton and NAFTA, Bush and the war in the Middle East that nobody seems to want to end, shit like that.
Well, in my how it affects my life, and it hasn't yet, but but I think the best way, and it does in maybe in an indirect way, but it's going to affect you guys too. I mean, Ben, you have Krista, is the Supreme Court. And this election is, I think that's something that a lot of people don't understand. And maybe they did catch on with Trump, that when you're voting for the president, you really are voting for the Supreme Court, who is the law of the land.
But see, the Supreme Court, I
But
do agree with you on that. But at the same time, as someone who has always had an interest in the law and more recently has taken a more direct focus in studying the law, I look at these recent Supreme Court justices such as Kavanaugh and Gorsuch and even Amy Coney Barrett, albeit I wholeheartedly disagree with the process at which she was confirmed, but at the same time, the way she handled herself in the court was very much like an ideal justice would be. She cannot opine on anything until she's seen it.
For 3 years.
But
she
as
has no
a
record.
Supreme Court justice, again, yes, she is probably an underqualified person for the position of the Supreme Court of the United States of America. However, unfortunately, the position to be a justice of the Supreme Court of America could be given to you, me, or even your son or daughter.
Yeah, you don't even have to be a judge.
Yeah, you need nothing.
Yeah,
So just like justice.
Just like it was bullshit, Ben. Just like it was bullshit that they got Coney Barrett in, like a thief in the night, snuck her in like that. Yes, that was bullshit. Yes, it was bullshit that they held up Merrick Garland and didn't allow him to be confirmed. That was all bullshit. But it will also be just as big a pile of bullshit if Biden wins and stacks the court.
I disagree.
If the system allows for this kind of malarkey, the malarkey will happen.
No, I totally disagree. I disagree 100%.
This is my counter argument to that, because I know your disagreement is probably going to be the fact that they've clearly stacked the court in their own right by purposefully forcing these things through. But at the same time, if you look at the record of these judges, Kavanaugh has consistently upset his Republican base because he, just like Amy Coney Barrett, despite her personal opinions, has consistently said, my position as a judge is to leave that shit at the door. And I can only hope that she actually holds her position properly to that high regard. I can only trust that.
Their interpretation of the Constitution and the way they interpret it as judges, it is not overtly political the way a politician would be. That's why I don't hold one-to-one who's in the Supreme Court, no matter what politician appointed them. You can't hold them one-to-one, the politician versus the justice. These guys are on a whole different level. But go ahead, Lee. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Amy Coney Barrett has made it very clear that if Roe versus Wade were to come in front of her, she's voting that it's against the law. She believes it's murder. She absolutely does, and it's unconstitutional. She believes it needs to be overturned.
But what does that say about her?
That clear. It doesn't say much. I'm not talking about her. I'm talking about how the presidential election affects me directly.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I have 2 little girls, and I'm a woman myself, and that affects me directly, and it affects each person here directly in some way, shape, or form. If Amy Coney Barrett has her way and she does what she should do, and Trump knowingly put her in office for that, he needed to get somebody that was against Roe v. Wade in order to buy back the evangelical vote. And that's how this is dangerous.
I think you would have had it either way, whether they got Coney Barrett in there or not. They had already stacked it up pretty darn good.
Well,
I think you would have had them no matter what.
Well, and my personal pessimism and also optimism, I guess, in 2 different directions. I don't believe in our presidency, but I have a belief in our people as an electorate. If you look back at the things that were happening in Virginia surrounding the Second Amendment, where the representatives of that state got together and, like, in the middle of the night and attempted to pass legislation that had so many different regulations in it, to the point where the only thing that you could reasonably possess as a private citizen was a revolver. Because if there was any kind of modification beyond that of what would be a revolver, a single shot weapon, you were SOL, you were a felon. And then, of course, although that was passed through state legislation and therefore law of the land, each individual precinct, whether it be through the law enforcement of that section or just the general public, straight up said, piss off. And it never was maintained, never was upheld, and they walked away from it. So although I understand and wholeheartedly support and am on the same side as you when it comes to stuff like Roe v. Wade, I also believe that the general public of the United States would not in any way, shape, and form uphold that. And again, this leads back to my previous conversation. It leads back to my previous conversation that certain sections of our country should be separated from the rest, and therefore we should be multiple different countries. I think as a popular vote, most people in this country would, of course, side with you and I on those type of situations. I also believe that certain sections of this country need to be their own.
Yeah,
because of their concentrated beliefs.
Did something else get called for Trump? It looked like he got he's at 174 electoral votes now, according to my map. Did something else get called for him?
Jeff's putting on his headphones. What's going on?
Florida just got called.
Oh, that was it. Florida. Okay.
Trump, yeah. Which not much of a surprise at this point, but the surprise with Florida is that Biden didn't perform better. Now, as you listen to the Biden campaign talk about Florida, the writing was on the wall there early. They knew they weren't going to perform well there. Now, I was just listening to CNN's projection here, and Georgia is actually very much still in play. Trump's got a healthy lead there, but they don't know if Fulton County is going to get counted until tomorrow. There's still a lot of votes out there. He seems to be optimistic about Pennsylvania. It's all going to really come down to Pittsburgh. Biden's underperforming in Philadelphia in that area compared to Hillary, but he's overperforming in Allegheny. In Allegheny County, Pittsburgh still only has returned 17% of the vote. So we're talking about making up hundreds of thousands of votes there, which would be incredible. Pennsylvania would but they're saying it's going to be a slugfest from here on out.
What kind of questions do we have still in Texas? Because right now you're looking at 80% of the vote being in. Trump's up 52% to 46.
Oh my God!
So it looks. I mean that could be 38 votes coming his way.
Well,
are there any question marks that you're hearing on your end?
No, no, I don't think so. The question about Texas was just how close it was going to be. It would have been a bonus to flip it. Texas, you assume is going to go red all the time. So it's not like that doesn't take away from Biden's path to 270. That would have been.
I just wondered if there was anything still in play as far because I never thought Texas would go blue.
One second. Biden's making a statement here, so I'm gonna sign off.
Jesus, God, what's he saying? Oh my God.
Why aren't we just like?
So I know what Biden's saying. So I just listened to it. He's just saying that we're probably not going to know anything until tomorrow morning. That that he's optimistic, but it's also going to take a couple more days to get every vote counted. But he is Pennsylvania.
I don't know if you can hear this, but Biden just came out and said that he believes he's on track to win.
Yeah, we can hear it if we're all quiet. Can you turn it up a little more?
And it ain't over until every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the Nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona at the turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not what we expected. We're feeling real good about Wisconsin and Michigan. And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania.
Is he on the side of I-95 right now or something?
So for the listeners out there that might listen to this later, they're doing a drive-through event. He's outside.
Okay.
Yeah, and people are in their cars.
They were doing. It's weird. When Obama was in Philly, they did one of these, and instead of clapping and cheering, you hear these horns. It's so weird.
That's the decision of the American people. But I'm optimistic about this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware. Hey, John, the Gov, yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, Joey, keep the faith. And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, no, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Your patience is great.
All right, so thoughts on Joe Biden there.
Well, wait, hold on. Before you
Hi.
start.
I'm in Delaware.
Trump tweeted 3 minutes ago, we are up big, but they are trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed.
So
just so you know, as Biden's giving that speech, because you were on a bit of a delay there, Trump tweeted that.
Listen, I stayed out of the conversation about the lesser of two evils conversation. Look, Joe Biden is not an evil man. He's
No, he's not.
This is not, maybe Hillary was a bad candidate. She wasn't a bad person. Maybe she's married to a bad person. So you can claim the lesser of two evils there. Joe Biden is a compassionate, empathetic human being who cares about people. Doesn't mean it's going to make him a good president, but just those factors alone make him 1,000% better than Donald fucking Trump. And you can hear it right there, because if you listen to the hope and the enthusiasm in his voice compared to Donald Trump tweeting what he tweeted, you can see the stark difference right there, and why everybody should have voted. It should have been 100% to 0%. Joe Biden. That's all I have to say about that. But I agree with mostly what was said. As far as big differences, no, not all the time. But I tend to vote for the people that I think can lead to the big change that I believe we need.
As a clarity with that, like, it's not necessarily the term lesser of two evils mean both sides are evil. It's a lesser of two less than ideal choices,
right? Well,
albeit I believe Joe Biden is a decent person and will lead significantly better than Donald Trump, but you also have to take into the many potential outcomes of him becoming president. As I stated before, you're effectively voting for a succession pattern. That should not be the type of thing that you do.
I do agree with that.
That being said, Donald Trump's tweet saying that they're winning by a large margin. I refreshed, it shows that the total popular vote gives him 48.6 to Joe Biden's 49.8, which is an outright fucking lie.
And let's be honest, California, even though it's called, if someone could verify this, maybe Mount, you have it pulled up on the interactive map, I would guess that not more than 20% of the vote has been counted in California yet.
It says 61 reporting, but if they're 40 million people and they have
another 40%, we're talking another 43 million.
Yeah, they're 40 million people. They've cast about 20 million votes. You can only assume that the populace of California is approximately 50% of voting age, maybe if you want to 60% of voting age. So they're probably a lot closer to complete votes counted, I would assume.
Jeff, I would push back a little bit on what you said, only in the sense that, lesser of two evils doesn't necessarily mean that Joe Biden, the man, is an evil guy. What it means to me is that we are still in a situation where we're essentially forced to pick a Republican or a Democrat, and both of these parties are completely hijacked and owned by lobbyists to a large degree. The two-party juggernaut model has led to a lack of choice, a lack of dynamic choice for the country, and has caused a great deal of division among the populace. So that's That's
Agreed.
where I would point out the lesser of two evils idea.
Agreed. But all of that for both sides, except Donald Trump is actually an evil human being because he proves it every single day. You know, it's like he's proved it every single day of his life. So, to me, there is no choice. But of course, that's just an opinion.
Right.
But let's get some thoughts on what you heard from Biden there. I think. My stomach sank when I saw breaking news. Joe Biden, fuck you, CNN. When I saw breaking news, Biden to make a statement, but you guys couldn't see it, but Biden himself looked very, very confident. You know, a lot of times candidates will come out, they'll speak to their supporters who are waiting out in the cold all night long to hear from their candidate, and they'll say something that's, guys, we still have a long road ahead. We don't really know. Joe Biden seems very confident that he has a real chance of winning this.
He certainly has a real chance of winning. There's no doubt about that.
But more so, I was feeling, it's a testament to Alex. He's kind of been level-headed this entire time. Wait, hold on. We got a lot of votes to count. Joe Biden seems to think that they're about to call Arizona. Now, Nevada would be, it's very early in Nevada. I think only, less than 1% of the votes been counted. But if Donald Trump flipped Nevada, we'd be having a different discussion right now, I think. But let's assume that stays, Biden keeps Nevada. If he's truly confident about Wisconsin and Michigan, he seemed even more confident. I don't know if you heard it in his voice when he said, "We're going to win Pennsylvania."
Yeah.
Yeah.
You didn't hear that from Hillary?
No. I got really emotional when I heard that.
I got chills. Yeah.
That was the first time that I really thought he may actually pull this out. This whole time I've been thinking.
To be fair, I don't think he would have said anything other than that at this point, because he still has such a significant chance of winning based on the fact that this is neck and neck still.
Yeah.
But I mean, what's he going to say? What's he going to say about Pennsylvania?
Yeah, but
Hillary didn't come out and make it. Hillary didn't come out and say that. If I remember correctly, she was simply just, "Hey guys, we're hoping that we still have a chance here. It was closer than we thought." Like, Hillary sounded defeated in her statement when she came out and said something.
Yeah, it's not what he said; it's how he said it. He seemed really sure of it, and yeah.
And you have this motherfucker saying that they're trying to steal the election. How so?
Mm-hmm.
It's so close.
Because I'd seen that when she said that, it got me even more emotional. Because I think we just witnessed Donald Trump prepping everyone because he knows he's going to lose. That's what it's.
Yes, that's a good point.
To be fair, he's saying more and more things like that. I think to how would you say, give himself the ability to eventually admit defeat.
It's his deflection.
These are the breadcrumbs being laid. But I mean, look, I have no reason to believe at this point that Trump still can't win. So, there's a lot of questions still floating here.
Yeah, I mean, it could go either way, but I think what we're seeing,
president, that is not the normal course of action for a sitting president not to get reelected. Certainly, the odds aren't in the favor of that happening. Not that it won't.
But
when was the last time an incumbent lost?
Arizona looks like it's going to be called. Arizona looks like it's going to be called for Biden. That's going to be the first difference from the 2016 map going to Biden. That's huge.
Yeah, Arizona will be a big shot, a big blow to Trump.
Wisconsin is tightening. Michigan, we're about to see a big chunk of votes come in. I don't know if it's going to be, it could be, they think they're going to have the votes counted by 5 a.m. So I'm assuming that we might get a big chunk of votes, which are going to be of the mail-in variety, which we know are going to favor Biden. We're going to see that in an hour or two, maybe. And if he gets Wisconsin and Nevada, and he's that confident about Pennsylvania, that's it.
And North Carolina's 1.3%. Like, he's right there. I mean, there's 6% left. There's a reason they haven't called it yet.
Well, and I'd be curious to know. I know most of these states are reporting somewhere around 70%, but I look at Connecticut and it's reporting 47%. But for some reason, it has determined that Joe Biden won it.
Yeah. Well,
if you're only is that a 40% reporting by total number of districts, or is that 47% reporting by populace?
It's districts, I believe.
Okay.
It's typically number of precincts reporting.
Right.
Okay. So then the next question is in Connecticut. I mean, I see approximately 800,000 votes have been counted. I have this weird feeling that Connecticut has well over 2 million people in that state. So would it be reasonable to believe that some of the uncounted districts may be the more populous ones, or am I just naive in thinking that state has significantly more people? Because to me, 47% reporting, but Joe Biden wins, tells me there's a potential that Donald Trump could just flip that out of nowhere.
I don't think he's flipping.
Connecticut's not going to. Yeah.
Well, no, I know that's a poor state to use an example.
What you're describing essentially, it's just the more populous areas take longer to count all the votes. There's just it's just more votes to be counted.
Yeah, understood.
They're going by like a history of voting. They're going by how it normally happens. Yeah, could it turn? Absolutely. And lest we not forget, the Electoral College is not forced to vote with their constituents.
Agreed, and that's why I wholeheartedly hate the idea of voting. After I cast my vote, I was like, my vote still doesn't matter because at least in Pennsylvania, there's no penalty.
The fact that those electors can go against the will of the people is a fucking travesty.
It's because of the ability for states to run their own elections. If it was a federal mandate with an actual enforcement mechanism, similar to that, like we got a guy up the road from me, and as a prior service member, I don't give a fuck who you vote for. You ain't flying any flag above that of the American. Like that is a hard and fast line that you have crossed. I don't give a shit if it's the Jolly Roger, the fucking Irish flag, a Biden campaign flag, or in this case, a Pennsylvanians for Trump flag. You have now disrespected me and also this country as a whole. But unfortunately, there is no enforcement mechanism against that felony. Right. So you can do that. Some states have an enforcement mechanism. Others don't. That applies both to flag courtesy as well as shit like voting.
Right.
And sometimes, like in New York, Bill Clinton was the elector in the 2016 election. Had New York gone Trump, he would have had to vote with his electoral college vote to Trump. However, some states have penalties that are only like $1,000 if you don't follow what your constituents do. I'm pretty confident that someone like Bill Clinton, and I'm sure many other people that are set in the electoral college, can laugh at the fine of $1,000.
Well, there's that, but there's also, Jeff has said it many times, and these MAGA people, the true base of Donald Trump, right? They are, it's a cult. This is a religious thing to them. It's an ideology. They are, they side with him and only him. So if you get somebody like that to be an electoral voter, you think they're not going to change? Of course they will. And that's the kind of dangers that you run into, is that the fact that they can do that is so incredibly dangerous, especially in this current climate.
I will say, I think Trump needs to be very concerned about Michigan at this point. You've got Oakland County and Wayne County in Michigan. Wayne County, Biden's up 58 to 41%, and it's got a population of 1.7 million, whereas Oakland County, it's 54 to 45 for Biden, and that's 1.2 million. You look at everywhere else that Trump is ahead, and the population the population numbers are much, much lower. So I think Trump has tremendous reason to be concerned about Michigan at this point.
Well, and that's why there's kind of battleground states like Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, the 4 of the 6 main battleground states that everyone talks about. Of course, Arizona and Florida being the others. I mean, those 4 are still, well, really 5 if you count Arizona, are still very much up in the air. And I wholeheartedly believe that Pennsylvania will not say which way it's going to vote until close of business Friday, if not later. Because they're going to wait it out until every single solitary vote has arrived.
I think they're going to have to. They're going to have to.
Otherwise, it's all going to just be a most likely decisions, such as what we're seeing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so far, just to kind of update you here, Pennsylvania, the current percentage of the vote that's counted, that is the mail-in vote, is only 16%. So we have a long way to go there. You're right. However, before my internet cut out, for fuck's sake, it never cuts out. I never have an internet issue, and
no, you don't.
Nonstop this week. It's fucking ridiculous.
It's the deep state, Jeff.
I blame it on Trump. What they were just going over on CNN is extremely important because, again, we could have an answer tonight. Early this morning, if Biden holds his lead and they call Nevada tonight, or I'm sorry, not Nevada. Nevada too, but Arizona. They call Arizona, Nevada. If he flips Michigan and Wisconsin, that puts him exactly at 270.
And keep in mind that NPR, when I read today, somewhere around noon, 1 o'clock-ish, had reported that Pennsylvania had 2.5 million mail-in votes as of today. If we're only 16% through the counting of 2.5 million, you're looking somewhere around 300,000. Check my math on that. That may be way off.
You're probably right.
But if the total count right now looks to be about 4.5 million, and we're 16% through 2.5, that means we're looking at we'll just lowball it. 2 million more votes need to be counted by mail just from Pennsylvania. And that's a huge swing if you give them all to one person or the other.
Right,
and
or at least significantly more to one person than the other.
And chances are the mail-in vote goes more heavily towards Biden than Trump. As I discussed earlier, the total U.S. population, as far as mail-in votes are concerned, we're 45% Democrat, 30%-ish Republican, and then the remainder as either independent or undesignated.
Which independents are tend to break Democratic in most elections. Yeah. I think it's closer than we thought this election. I thought we would see more independents break towards Biden this year. I think we're going to find out that it was actually split down the middle. But that's just a guess. But again, 60-40, if those ballots are in favor of Biden, 60-40, those mail-in ballots, I think that's enough to make up the gap. Still, it might be within 1%, but what we're looking at, the 15% gap right now, means absolutely nothing at this point in Pennsylvania. Exactly. But again, he doesn't even need Pennsylvania if he gets Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and we could know if they're if they're able to come through and count those last votes in Michigan by 5 a.m. and he wins them. We don't even need Pennsylvania.
I mean, currently,
Jeff, I don't know if you heard what I said where your internet cut out, but Michigan, I'm looking at it right now. Michigan does not look good for Trump at all. When you're looking at Wayne County and Oakland County, of which between the two of them, it's 2.9 million people population-wise, and Biden is leading 54-45 in Oakland and 58-41 in Wayne. At this point, the way it looks, I think Biden's getting Michigan.
That would be huge because Wisconsin, Michigan is. I was worried more about Michigan because he's underperforming in Detroit, and that's where most of the Democratic votes come from. He's underperforming compared to Hillary. However, there's a bigger turnout this year, massively bigger turnout this year, so you have to factor that in. But that was a concern. That's been a concern of mine all night because we've been hearing that polling wise, Michigan is going to flip back to blue, and they're super confident about Wisconsin. Where he's underperforming in Milwaukee, but Madison, it's a blowout. It's always a blowout there for Democrats, but it's even more of a blowout right now. So I don't know. I'm feeling hopeful, guys. I still am. I know I wanted it to be a landslide. It's still electoral college wise. We might see if he wins all of these states. It's not a landslide, but he won. Trump said he won the biggest electoral college ever, which is bullshit. But we could see the same type of win from Joe Biden.
Texas just got secured for Trump, unsurprisingly, apparently.
Yeah, and again, I was hoping it's going to go blue eventually. One of these years, one of these elections.
Not now.
Not now.
If you can assume that Arizona, which is already leaning Biden by a pretty significant margin, and same with Maine, if both of those go, you're talking a 238 Biden, so he needs 32 more. So really, it's a combination of any two of the following: Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina. And he's got, well, I guess
he's got to hold Arizona, and he's got to get Nevada.
But, yeah. Nevada is one that's definitely up in the air. I mean, it's for some reason they show leaning red, but it's 3% reporting. That's way too early to give it a color.
So this is what happens in Nevada all the time. Now, Nevada can go red or blue. The thing with Nevada right now is all of the rural counties are coming in slowly. We've got nothing from Las Vegas yet. Las Vegas is the only real big city population wise that you're going to get. You're going to get.
Well, Reno's the biggest middle city, Jeff.
Right, right. But I'm just talking about number of votes. You're going to get a big chunk from Las Vegas at one time, and whichever way it breaks for, that's essentially who's going to win Nevada. So most likely, I think Joe Biden doesn't lose anything there that Hillary won. So
we got Biden at 223, Trump at 212, 103 still up for grabs.
I can't believe there's still 103 left, but
I mean, us and the guys at work had a betting pool for when we'll actually get a proper decision, and I pessimistically put Friday at 5 p.m. is when we get a proper one, because I truly do think that a state like Pennsylvania or even Wisconsin will be the one that determines the final result, just because of how late that they're effectively allowing votes to come in.
We got 94% in North Carolina. Trump's up by 100,000 votes.
Where's that?
North Carolina.
That's tightening.
It's 100,000 difference with Trump leading 50 to 49, and there is 94% of the vote in. So it's not looking. It could still go either way, but as it stands right now, it's still Trump's.
Yeah, I was gonna say if they haven't solidified it yet, that means that 100,000 person gap can easily be closed.
Right. They talk a lot of Joe King talks a lot about where are the missing votes, and if they're in major population areas, the gap can be made up.
I can't really see where. It doesn't even look like there's anything.
It's one county in the Northeast.
There's still 10% of the votes in Forsyth County, which is where Winston-Salem is there. That could be, that's one of the big towns.
Who's leading there now? Can you see, Mounts?
Biden's up 56% to 42% in Forsyth County. Raleigh, there's still 5% of the votes in Wake County, which is where Raleigh is. Orange County still has 18% of the votes. Biden's up big there. That's Greensboro. So, I mean, there's still some meat on those bones. But yeah, those are the big ones that still have some available votes.
Mm-hmm.
So the tweet that Trump just put out, that we are up big, but they are still trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it. Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed. I just saw a few people, Mark Dice included, saying the president tweeted this a few minutes ago, but Twitter censored it. I don't know if that's true or not, but I guess people are complaining that Twitter is deleting his tweet about that because Twitter is helping the Democrats hide that they're stealing the election.
You know, I think Trump's in big trouble in Georgia too.
No, let me tell you, I just looked. Georgia, DeKalb County is only 39% of the votes, and that's right next to Atlanta.
Back to the Trump
had 83% to 16%. DeKalb,
yeah,
and then you got 1 million plus in Fulton and 1 million or almost 1 million in Gwinnett. Biden's up in all three, And Trump right now is only ahead by 250,000 votes. So if Biden wins those 3 counties, he's getting Georgia.
Trump's tweet about trying to steal the election was censored by Twitter.
It was censored.
Yep, 100%. It wasn't deleted by him. It was censored by Twitter.
You live by the sword, you die by the sword.
So
I mean, he lied from several different directions. Like, first off, he wasn't winning. That's a lie.
Yeah.
So the reason that Twitter says that it was censored is that some or all of the content shared in this tweet is disputed and might be misleading about an election or other civic process.
They're trying to say some. Now there's a bunch of people saying that it's because Trump is trying to not only lie to people and make it sound like it's rigged, but he's trying to fan the flames already and start civil unrest. So that's
he's never gonna admit that he lost.
Right. But saying a tweet like that, like right now, it's a powder keg just waiting to go up.
Oh, yeah.
Our country is a powder keg. So I say bravo. I'm not big on Twitter or any kind of censoring of any speech. Really, I'm not. But I think in a situation like this, coming from the president.
Well, it's also not real censoring. They're just saying, like, be wary of this tweet.
No, they deleted it. No,
they did delete it.
It's not. No. It's not deleted. You have to, when you go to his Twitter account, you have to actively click to view that tweet. It's not deleted. It's still there, but it's covered up.
It's
kind of like how they actively try to make it more difficult to vote.
Right.
Twitter's making it more difficult for us to read his tweets.
Right. Which, thank you, Twitter.
I'm not sure, but as I'm looking at this here, Trump still needs 58 electoral votes to win. And Georgia and Michigan, he looks like he's in deep trouble in both. So unless something major changes, it's not looking good for Trump at this point.
See, he needs Georgia. Every time I keep thinking that
he really
Joe Biden's got a path, I don't even factor in Georgia, Alaska, or Nevada. Those three I automatically rule out.
Don't forget about North Carolina. He needs North Carolina too.
He really does, but not as nearly as much as he needs Georgia, Alaska, and Nevada.
So while we have the map up, can we kind of figure out what each of their paths to 270 can be right now at this point?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so what would they be, do you think? What does Trump need?
So
Trump needs a lot of things he's in danger of not getting at this point.
Yeah, so Trump needs 58, right? So we're looking at, we'll just take the easy route, right? So you have 20 from Pennsylvania, and then so he needs another 38. So probably Michigan, Georgia, and Alaska.
I can tell you exactly. He's going to get Alaska.
Absolutely.
So he needs Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, and then he would need Nevada.
He would need Nevada too.
Yes, because here you go. If Nevada, that was a Clinton state in 2016. Right. If Nevada goes back to Biden, all Biden needs is Wisconsin and Michigan, assuming that he wins all of the very few delegates in Maine. He's at 270, I believe.
So if he gets Maine and Arizona, that puts him at 238.
Nevada
would need. And then if he takes Nevada as well, assuming I guess a repeat of 2016, that would put him at 244.
And then Wisconsin and Michigan should do it.
26, that would be exactly. Wisconsin, Michigan, weird curveball. Maybe a Pennsylvania and Georgia to really throw him way over and make it super decisive.
Well, look, this is very possible too. More possible than we thought a couple hours ago. Biden could conceivably win out the rest of the states, and then we are talking about a landslide.
Yeah,
it would be.
Yeah, then it would be a landslide, and that would be beautiful.
I'll tell you what.
I mean, we were on edge the whole time for that landslide. But wow.
Looking at Georgia, you still have. I mean, it's these population centers in DeKalb and Gwinnett and Fulton. Biden is ahead.
Fulton's the big one.
So Fulton, he's 95% of the counts in, and that's 1 million votes, or that's 1 million people, and Biden's ahead by 72 to 26. So he's getting Fulton County. DeKalb is 743,000 population, and Gwinnett is 902,000. So now 0% of the count is in, so Gwinnett could go either way. But DeKalb is a little scary because Trump's only ahead again by 250,000 votes in Georgia to begin with. So there is much reason to be concerned that Trump would not win that. And then Michigan, you've really got a problem because Biden is leading 54 to 45 in Oakland, which is 1.2 million. Wayne, 1.7 million. And well, those are the two big ones. He's leading by at least 10%, if not more, in both. So while that doesn't tell you anything for sure, and just because you're looking at the population doesn't mean the entire population voted.
But if it maintains the average it's at now, which there's no reason to think it won't, then you can kind of start to guess to see how many votes he can make up based on that population.
Well, Sterner, there's an interesting path here with your current projections. You know, if Biden takes Michigan and Georgia, and also takes Arizona and Maine, and the rest go to Trump. I mean, someone check my math on that, but that puts us at a 269. Arizona, Michigan, Georgia, Maine added to Biden. That puts it at 269. The remainder go to Trump, 269.
Right.
Here, let me look at my map with actual numbers on it.
That would be horrible. But
it's there.
Yeah. That would be horrible because number one, we'd be fighting it for months before it ever got to the House.
And then if it got to the House, I mean, as of right now, the total House delegation is greater than that of the Democratic Party by design of gerrymandering, of course.
So, do we have any? I still these Senate races too. They're called much earlier. Do we have anything on those, Bounce? Have you been following them?
Yeah, I've been following. It's all too close to call still. There's let's see what we got here. It just still 46 to 46.
Who's that?
I mean, like that's what the House.
Oh yeah.
We got.
But nothing's flipped or switched other than what was done earlier, right? Cory Gardner lost.
Yeah, Alabama flipped. Arizona, Colorado flipped. It looks
Arizona
like,
did flip. Did they call Arizona? Right? For the Senate race.
Yes, yeah. Mark Kelly.
Okay, so we picked up a total of 1 seat so far.
Now the Georgia special election. The Democrats winning by 3% of the votes, with 86% of them in. The other votes getting closer. Dave Perdue's only up by 6%, 6.5%.
Okay.
86% of those votes are in. Let's see what else we got. Looks like Susan Collins is going to win in Maine.
Congressional District 2, though, is what's taking so long, from what I understand. So I don't know how that pertains to the election, to the Senate race. I don't know if Alex knows that offhand, but there's still a lot of votes left to be counted there. So I don't think she's I don't think she's sitting comfortably yet.
I don't know. I don't know anything. Like it has the 2 separate races on this
So Maine's really quirky. So just a little bit of a presidential election trivia for you. Both the states of Maine and Nebraska actually award their electoral college votes based on congressional districts. Mm-hmm. So you can, so they can split them. So essentially, like there's one of the districts they always like to typically what's happened historically is a Democrat wins most of Maine, but one of the districts goes Republican kind of a thing, and they were actually Biden was hoping to pick off one district in Nebraska to pick up an electoral college vote in that state. Yeah. But yeah, so that's why Maine, if they're still taking a long time to call that one specific district, you said District 2, that can make the difference in terms of the rest of the state and how they say, like, well, I don't know, I forget exactly how many votes Maine is total off the top of my head, but they can't say, like, if it's 5, for example, they can't say Biden got 4, Trump got 1, or 3-2, or 5-0, or whatever. Yeah, so it's a little quirky. Maine is a little quirky, and also didn't get mentioned at all yet this evening, but Maine is the only state. They actually passed a voting reform, I believe, beginning of this year or end of last year. And all be all, they're the only state in the country that does ranked choice voting. So you can say this person's my number 1 choice, my number 2 choice, all that good stuff. And essentially, if you don't get enough number 1 votes on the first round, then they look at how many number 2 votes did you get and all this stuff. So it's kind of like it's a little different electoral calculus, as it were. So that could be also a factor in these races too. I mean, there's not a huge long list of candidates for either the Senate race or the presidential race, but yeah, that's. You could say, Trump is my number 1, whoever the Libertarian is my 2, then Biden 3, or you can really shift them around like that. So yeah, Maine's a little. It's the first time for a presidential election that they have ranked choice voting, so it's a little quirky in that way. They're kind of trying it out there.
Real quick, in North Dakota, I just read this. Legislative candidate who won heated primary died from virus. So the guy in North Dakota, his name is Ondel is his last name. He died of COVID. He was 55 years old. David Andel died on October 5th. Yet he just won a state representative seat in North Dakota. So
they voted in a dead Republican instead of an actual
over a Democrat,
being.
A living Democrat.
And that's what's wrong with America, everybody.
Yep, that's exactly what I was saying.
That's exactly why I didn't vote for a significant period of time. That is the definition of the uninformed voter.
Exactly.
Swaying an election, because how hard could it be to figure out that the Republican running person was dead?
Ben, I gotta say, I have no doubt that they knew he was dead and they voted for him anyway, because it's I will never vote for a lib, even if that progressive guy said, look, you're going to be able. He was going to promise him the most lavish and come through. You're going to have the most lavish lifestyle if you vote for me, and came through on that promise. They still would not vote Democrat.
And the devil's advocate there, though. We have, Ben's pointed out once or twice this evening, we have 2 70-plus-year-old candidates running for president, and one of them did catch COVID in the past month. On top of that. And the other one is even a handful of years older than the one who caught COVID on top of that. So I will say, this election is so, people are so, minds are made up, and people are polarized to the extent that, say a handful of weeks ago, either one of Biden or Trump would have died from COVID or otherwise. How many people do you really think a large swath of Trump voters would decide, well, you know what? Trump just passed away, so I guess I got to vote for Biden.
No,
they would still vote for Trump.
But also, I think Democrats would do the same thing. They're not going to, if Biden would have passed away a couple of weeks ago, they wouldn't just say, like, well, I guess I got to vote for Trump. I mean,
I wouldn't vote
either way.
Well,
or not vote.
Still,
or
people would be plenty of people that would still go and mark Biden's name.
It could be some weird meta where they vote for the dead guy.
I don't think that idea is exclusive to either party or base of either party.
Yeah. Well, at a state rep level, though, I mean, I don't know.
What's
interesting? But then again, it may end up, they'll have a special election or somebody will just fill the vacancy until the end of the term or whatever, and that's what's going to happen to it ultimately. But
what's interesting here is that the NPR map that I was looking at still has it at 223 Biden, 212 Trump. When you go over to Fox News, their map already gave Arizona to Biden, and it has Biden at 238 to Trump's 213. That's Fox News.
Dude,
Arizona's about to get called.
All night.
Here it is.
Fox News and CNN were completely opposite. Like, just it was wild all night.
Yeah, Nebraska, the congressional district 2 in Nebraska just went to Biden. So it's one electoral vote, but
there you go. That's not like I was saying. Nebraska awards their electoral votes based on congressional districts. Biden just picked one of the few in Nebraska off.
Yeah, there's 3 in there.
But that's big for his 270. He needs.
Yeah.
That
Oh yeah. Every vote counts. Like we were saying, someone was just describing it can end up being a 269.
Not so much anymore.
Well, that one vote could. Hey, that one vote could get him to 270 right there.
Exactly.
You never know.
And I mean, I guess that could be one way to think of it as a thank God for a system such as Nebraska or
thank God for 50 individual states being able to decide how they want to do their own electoral college votes.
Either that or the silver lining
democracy working.
Or you could take the silver lining of a state like Pennsylvania where the faithless elector ends up being the savior of the election. The one guy that you would normally hate for what they have done is now the guy that has made the decision that no one else could make. And it's weird that way. And obviously there's more than one way to skin a cat, which is, I think, what we've highlighted throughout tonight. There are multiple ways in which we could correct many of the shortcomings of our electoral system. And I just hope at least one of them gets implemented in the future to kind of help that out.
Yeah.
Well, either way, I don't think we're getting a definitive answer tonight.
I don't either. Jeff, you just said that Arizona is about to get called, and you said, here it is, hold on.
It was Nebraska, that one electoral vote in Nebraska.
Nevada just turned light blue.
Yeah.
CNN. Well, no, CNN doesn't have it yet. See, here's the thing. Like, this is why I hate when people give CNN just blanket shit. Their primetime news and talking heads is it's entertainment, just like any other 24-hour news network nowadays. But their election coverage is way more conservative, as we're seeing, than a Fox News. Fox News already gave Biden Arizona.
Well, that's conservative in the term of they will be hesitant on making a decision on anything.
They want to make sure. That's what I'm not
conservative in the.
I didn't mean that. I didn't mean that. I'm just saying they're more responsible in calling each state, whereas Fox News.
I just wanted to make that delineation. Conservative doesn't always mean responsible, although it does in this sense.
Small C conservative, not big.
Yes,
C.
exactly. Right. Small C.
Yeah. I'm gonna take a short break. And if anything big happens, I'll pop back on. But I think I need to. Yeah. I don't know. I'm too nervous. I can't.
I gotta get up at 7 a.m. So I'm gonna go. Man, I'm gonna go be responsible.
Wow.
Despite my
you're gonna go be small C conservative.
Yes. Even though Krista has been telling me for the last hour and a half, hey, maybe you should go to bed.
Krista, how are you feeling right now? You weren't feeling so great most of the night. How are you feeling right now?
I'm cautiously optimistic.
Okay.
That was the most hesitant.
Yeah, that's still an upgrade over. I'm not happy. Yeah.
Yeah, I was put into a group chat with a bunch of my Seattle friends, and they're all yelling at me.
Why are they yelling at you? Because you're not being definitely optimistic, like definitively optimistic.
I was just shared a tweet somebody did, or actually it was Stephen Colbert. The human body was not made to expend this much energy thinking about Pennsylvania.
Yeah. That's right.
So,
yeah, boy,
very true.
Keystone State.
It may not even be Pennsylvania. There's a path for Biden or for Trump to win while also losing Pennsylvania. Let's just throw that out there right now. Yep. It's not our fault.
He'd still have to win Michigan, though, wouldn't he?
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
Wow.
I think both of them need a combination of two from Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina, assuming Georgia goes red, and then the remaining light blue go Biden. So Maine, Nevada, and Arizona.
I
think either or, it's a combination of two from Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina, with a variance of 1 or 2 electoral votes based on Nebraska and Maine's special way of doing things. Oh yeah, and of course everyone forgets Alaska is obviously going red.
Right.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what happens in Michigan, because there are some big population centers that are still favoring Biden. That does not mean that population center number will match the amount of votes that he gets, but it certainly would trend that way, or would that'd be the way to bet,
right?
That it'll be significant enough to give it to him. Pennsylvania still seems to be the one that's most in flux.
Yep, and also most weight. Now that I relook at it, Wisconsin and North Carolina, I don't believe would be enough for Trump to win it. But Michigan and North Carolina would.
Yeah.
Over if it was Michigan, North Carolina, Trump, and Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Biden, that would be a loss for Biden. But obviously, the flip would be the opposite result.
And we're still only at 64% of Pennsylvania.
Exactly. Yeah, it's going to be, like I said, most likely until Friday before Pennsylvania swears it and gives it God's blessing in either direction.
Did you mean Michigan and North Carolina plus Pennsylvania would do it for Trump? Michigan and North Carolina together would only be 31.
Yeah.
So he's only at 212.
I thought they were both 16. I'm sorry. So wait, he's 213. You add Georgia. You just give him Georgia, so that puts
16.
him at 229. Plus Alaska, which is another 231. So then you give him the 39 votes, would be 270. Yeah, so he would need Michigan, North Carolina, Georgia, Alaska, and he's good at 270 even.
Trump.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And Georgia, if Fulton County goes strong for Biden, he's still up 72 to 26, and that's a population of 1 million.
Right.
That could still weigh heavily. Right now, he's 300,000 votes ahead with 89% of the vote in. So that on its face would look good. But if Biden out of that million can get 300,000 in Fulton, then it's anybody's state at that point.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said, I'm basing these two individual counts off of the assumption that Alaska and Georgia go Trump and Nevada, Arizona, and Maine go Biden.
Gotcha.
With no weird variances because I think the Associated Press gives full count of the state to the popular vote. It doesn't appear that they have given a division. So like in the instance that you reported where Biden gained one of Nebraska's votes.
Mm-hmm.
So like those very small variances of Nebraska and Maine, which most likely will cancel each other out at that point.
Maine's still split for some reason.
So Jeff, are you hanging out all night until this comes to a close, or are you going to tag out at some point?
I'm gonna do my best to stay up, brother. What are your thoughts?
I don't know. I feel like we could stay up until 7 or 8 in the morning, and we still wouldn't have a definitive answer.
Yeah, but this is what I plan, and this may be a good proposal. What if everybody, when you wake up, go to sleep, set a time for all of us to wake up. Don't look at your phones. Just get right on StreamYard so we can get our live reactions to the results if they're in.
I've got a 45-minute commute, so I'll let Krista be my reaction.
If I go to sleep, the problem is I don't think I'll be able to get up. So I don't know. I think we're gonna, if people are popping off now, I think we'll end the live stream. Obviously, I might stay on the feed here, and whoever wants to stick around and watch it. And if something major happens, we can always start a new stream. But I'm look. It's only what time is it?
1:30.
1:30.
Only 1:36.
We're gonna get another chunk of votes from Michigan and Wisconsin, and that's huge. I want to see it.
Yeah, so do I. I do too, but I don't know if I can hang. I don't know how long that's going to take. So if you leave it open, and we'll come in.
Well, you'll be sound asleep. Who's going to wake you up?
I won't be sound asleep. Ever since I have kids, don't sleep soundly. Once you become a mom, you stop doing that. So
well, I can say your map updater is very tired.
yeah, and there's that.
You can.
I have some herbal supplements that I was scheduled to take
on the Google Associated Press.
Yeah. Well, you can still take those.
Well, they were for sleeping purposes, but I won't last much longer after I take my herbal supplements. And also, the biggest mistake I made in the last 4 hours was the drinking.
Oh, yeah. See, I've been pacing myself, but I'm ready to start throwing them back a little faster, I think. So I don't know. Look, if whoever wants to hang out, Mounts, if you want to hang out, I'm fine, whatever. But looks like they just called Montana for Trump.
What the fuck?
I know. I was really hoping
that's what 3 votes.
Big Sky Country would change their tune here a little bit, but
that's been called for a long time on my side.
That Senate seat, Montana. Come on, Stevie boy.
Yeah, Alex, I'm surprised you lasted this long.
Yeah, dude, I'm hanging in there. I'll also hang out, shoot the shit with you for a little bit longer.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna put once we end this
all night, but yeah.
Once we end on the live here, I will I'll put on the sound and we can kind of just I'll listen for it if something big happens. We can all listen.
Yeah, it was kind of funny because Krista said that Ben was going to hop on at the beginning and then bounce.
Right, for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Look, I wanted to wash my hands of this bullshit, but it ended up being more fun than mindlessly trying to figure out how to play a video game that I recently got back into. So,
and also, for anybody, I don't even know if I want to listen to it, but Trump's about to make a statement too. So,
oh shit!
Yeah, let's hear it.
How soon are we talking?
Well, it just says Trump is about to make a statement. So it's Donald Trump. He's late to everything. He's on his own time.
Right. So
maybe they meant his tweet. That was his statement.
Right.
I hope he just comes out and just says, "They banned my tweet. I'm so mad," and just walks off stage like that's it. Just as like a complete 5-year-old.
Even though we're losing the popular vote, and there's no guarantee that I'm going to win any of the states, we're the winner. With the
definite winner. My tweet, and he just keeps going on about they banned my tweet.
They won't even let me tweet anymore. I'm the best tweeter, and they won't let me tweet. Twitter's nothing without me.
I tried 4 times.
Are you Jeff? Your Trump impersonation is getting much better.
Something's wrong with my internet. It's the Democrats.
It's your impersonation is almost like more Alec Baldwin doing Trump, but it's
right.
Still
I'm impersonating
really
Alec Baldwin impersonating Donald Trump.
Yeah.
You know who has the worst Trump impression for somebody that should be really good at it by now is Bill Maher. His Trump impression stinks.
Yeah. He's never been good at impressions.
He's not an impressionist.
But yeah.
I'm checking Twitter now to see if he's saying anything else.
Even though I won't have the same amount of electoral votes, I still won this by a bigger margin than anybody ever.
Than anyone ever. It is beautiful. We have beautiful margins. They're huge, beautiful margins.
The best.
Oh, yeah.
All right.
See, look, Nevada.
I'm tapping out for real.
You were a trooper,
talk to you guys later. Hopefully all goes well.
Well, look, we're going to end the live stream right here. So let me throw the graphic on here, just because I worked so hard to make it, and I want to use it one last time. And we'll see you guys later. We're going to turn this into an episode somehow. I don't know how, but
Good
we
luck.
are going to. All right, thanks everybody for spending 4.5 hours with us, over 4.5 hours from now.
Thanks for having me.
This is actually a typical White Horse live production. So
yeah.
All right, goodbye.